There?
Yep, going live.
Okay.
All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the pre-market Fred. I hope everyone's having an amazing, hopefully you had an amazing day yesterday and hopefully having a great morning today. Peter, good morning, my friend. How are you?
Oh, the light is harsh in here. I'll fix that in a second. Yeah, I'm doing great. We're a little tired this morning after staying up late last night. We had to make a recovery. If you guys remember, I had to
That's
admit the
right.
fact that on the morning it's not that I had totally forgotten my wife's birthday, but just in the morning when she said, "You remember it's my birthday today," I had to admit, I woke up in the morning and I did not have the thought, "Oh, it's my wife's birthday today," right?
All right. So, did she remind you like waking up out of bed? This is important for folks. This is important here. Did she remind you like just waking up out of bed?
Well, it was the first time I saw her in the morning because I got up before she did and went to play tennis. It was when I got back from tennis, the first time I saw her in the kitchen. She said, "You know, it's my birthday today, right?"
Oh,
Because
oh
I
yeah.
said
No,
I
that's.
said good morning and gave
Oh
her a kiss,
yeah.
but I did not like mention it.
I thought it
So
was like you just woke up, open your eyes, like you forgot it's my birthday. Okay, you get a pass. But yeah, no, this one you went
no,
out, you was out, your brain was already working and alive and active and
yeah,
well.
but in my defense, I
Sorry,
play
Peter.
tennis, man. I didn't look at the calendar. I didn't
If you
know it
remember
was
to
the
play tennis that morning, you had
yeah.
to remember other things.
All right.
It's all good,
But
Peter. We still
anyways,
love you. We still love
well,
you.
hey, look, hey, man, look, we made a recovery. Look, we
Okay,
made our dinner.
good.
I
Yes.
custom made a whole series of beautiful desserts. I was very proud of, in fact, and they were all
Okay.
like
Okay.
sugar free.
Yeah.
No, anyways, so because she was trying to eat healthy, so I did all that stuff, and we made her
Good for
dinner,
you.
and we had a
Good for
party
you.
last night. That's why I'm a little tired.
Okay.
I ended up we got a bunch of people together. They were over here till midnight. We got our whole series of gifts. And Carlos, the key thing I wanted to mention that I thank you for, you had the best idea of the night.
Oh,
Look
look
what
at
I put
that.
together for her. So
Very nice.
we got, and
Yes.
I got it. It's a whole
It's
pick
a
me up
whole.
jar, I called it.
Yeah.
Anyways, and so I got the kids involved. I said everybody
Oh,
put
you
together
got the.
notes of
See, you went next level. You
every
got the kids involved.
Yeah, put
Oh,
things that you're
nice.
thankful for.
Yeah.
Nobody's read them. She's the only one that gets to read them. So I said, make them as personal and
Yes.
as tear jerking as you want. But say what you like about her. Thank her for things she's done for you. So whenever she needs a little pick me up, she can either jump in and get some chocolate that she likes, sugar free chocolate that she likes, some gum, or of course a lovely a note of support and
That.
love. So there you
Well
go,
done.
Carlos. That was all
Well
your
done.
idea. So thank you for that, man. I appreciate that.
Well done. That comeback
Yeah.
is coming back as good as Messi yesterday. What a game. So
You
yeah.
gotta, you
There
gotta
you go.
atone for your mistakes. So I
That's
gotta,
it.
so we made up for it. We made it all work. So yeah,
Absolutely, man.
there you
Love it.
go.
Love it.
Speaking
Friends.
of,
Yeah. Go ahead, Peter.
yeah, making things work. I don't know if this market
Yep.
is making things work. What a weird day
Mm, mm,
yesterday, and we had some big sell-offs. Some stuff wasn't working in the
yeah.
market. SpaceX. Oh, man, having a hard day. Rivian having a hard day. There's a couple of companies out there that did not enjoy yesterday, and we'll see. This market overall is I don't know. We got news of hostilities happening again in the Strait. So it's Carlos. It's a tough world out there.
Yeah. It sure was, man. Things were not easy for sure. Um, Here is our gappers list brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. Some stuff in the green. I see Baba. I see some other ones on there. Mainly Chinese tickers at the moment. JD. I think PDYN. Sounds familiar. I don't remember exactly what it is, but we'll go through all of these and see what we got there. And then to the downside of things, the kind of the sell off a bit continues on our some of our semis, and I see a lot of the Bitcoin stuff. I thought they were going up yesterday. I saw the last couple of days they've been moving higher. Above 63 is what I saw last time, but again, that could have been 2, 3 days ago. So could be delayed data. We'll check how they're doing today, but a lot of them listed here this morning. And again, so more selling so far. So we'll get into all that and see what's driving that. Quantum is on here as well. I see a couple of quantum tickers that we haven't seen make this list in some time. But Peter, before we get to all that, U.S. economic data or calendar, better said. I'll wait for you to pull that up, and we'll see what's scheduled for today. And as Peter's doing that, friends over on YouTube, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up. Let's see. You know, today we want to give something away. We're going to give something away. And if we can't get to 500, we'll get creative on how we'll give a funded account away. We'll get creative. But 500 unlocks it for everybody. Maybe if it's not 500, maybe we'll do a Lambos and Garbage Truck members only. We'll figure something out. But we're giving one away. We haven't given one away in 2 weeks. I think we're past due here. All right, Peter's got the calendar up. What we got going on here?
Not much. I'm not sure it was worth the wait. Really, there's nothing on the list here today that's going to affect the market. Probably the biggest thing is at 2:00 this afternoon when the FOMC minutes come out. Now, these minutes don't tell us anything we don't already know, right? They're usually just the minutes of previous meetings, which we generally already have an idea of what's happened, but the computers automatically read them, and usually they cause immediate market reaction. So that if you're trading this afternoon, mid-afternoon, you want to be aware of that because this trade can either jump in your favor or against you, depending which direction you're taking it. And usually it sort of recovers back to where it started from. So, you want to take advantage of that move in the short term. So, yeah, that's probably the only thing. Everything else, the market usually ignores. Crude oil inventories, I've been speculating for a while that maybe the market will care more about them. So far, that has not proven to be the case. So, you can be aware of that at 10:30, but don't expect the market to really do much. So, Carlos, I think we're free to, it's going to be news. It's going to be news that's driving this market. Do we see any news on the war, which is, again, a war, or not? I don't know. We'll have to sort of wait and see. But so far today, yeah, this market is taking, it took an early negative posture, but in the last half hour or so, we've been moving higher. So maybe there's hope. Yep. Just because we're red pre-market right now doesn't mean we're going to stay that way. We've seen it innumerable times where the market has done a reversal and moved itself in the other direction. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we sure will, friends. Let's start looking at our gappers list and see what we can come off from here. BABA, a couple of Chinese tickers in the gap up list this morning. BABA is leading the way here, up 9%. So big pop for them today, and 3.9 million shares traded. As you can see here, they're moving pretty well as far as volume. In typical BABA type fashion, right? Pre-market jumps up. You might get the sideways action for the entire pre-market. Into the market opens, you might see some movement. Then it is a New York Stock Exchange ticker, so you do have to wait for the volume to come in. So we'll see how it does. But Peter, there's a nice big pop for BABA. We haven't put this one on our list in some time. It is one of my favorite Chinese tickers to trade when it is in play. What's the latest and greatest? Oh, Peter was a good man.
I'm on mute. I'm sorry.
There you go.
That's my fault. I said BABA's a funny stock because it'll get news and then do nothing, and sometimes it has no news and that's when it decides to move. Being a dual traded stock that's obviously headquartered and primarily operates in China, I guess makes it a little different because it's not paying attention to the U.S. markets necessarily. It's just sort of reacting after the fact, but. Anyways, look, apparently there's an analyst briefing that they held the other day for some private analysts, and they were informed that they are going to be making less money, basically that they lowered their guidance. So, yeah, it's sort of a rumor because there was no official notes from this analyst briefing. And my understanding is this is really just the analysts told some reporters, the reporters reported in local media, and now we're seeing the news here. So you'd think, okay, so why isn't it gapping down then as a result of that? Well, largely it seems because there's an expectation that the Chinese market is going to do well in if Trump reinstates the war. So the feeling that the worse the U.S. situation becomes with the war in Iran, the better the prospects are for China and Alibaba, which tends to be one of the sort of go-to stocks in that region. So again, you're getting all sorts of like I said, Baba's weird, right?
But
And
but
I
wait,
just
that's strange because don't they get doesn't China get some of their oil from the Strait of Hormuz out of there? So how is that?
well,
That's weird. That would make it better. I thought that did it.
well,
But again, I don't know how
but I
things are
mean,
tied up.
yeah, it gets sort of complicated, right? As to again,
Right, right.
remember, this is not about the facts of how it's going to work. It's about the sentiment of what people think is going to occur, right? So,
Very true.
um, but anyways, and it's one of the things. Baba lowered their guidance, but the Chinese economy is showing signs of growth, and the general Chinese economy is feeling a little more optimistic. So I don't know. It's sort of a weird situation. And Carlos, it's the longer this goes on, the less clear it is too. Because remember all the doom and gloom everybody said about how with the strait closed, we're going to see supply shortages and all sorts of stuff, and parts of the world have absolutely seen supply shortages. However, to date, the U.S. has managed to avoid all that. Right? It's not like you go to the gas pump and you can't get any gas. That
No, no,
hasn't happened that I'm aware of anywhere in North America.
no, no.
Businesses haven't not had to shut down. We haven't seen. Remember all the warnings of the precious metals and and so far all of that. While would you call it fear mongering? Would you? I mean, I don't know. Like there seem to have been real supply chain issues. However, the supply chain has figured it out. So
Yeah,
so far. Now,
yeah.
everybody, of
The
course,
the only
is
thing that we saw that really took a hit was Spirit Airlines, right? But they were in trouble well before this. This was just kind of like the cherry on top, right?
yeah.
Because I think JetBlue was
That
trying to buy
was
them out. This was kind of like
yeah.
the little what's it called? The little leaf or thing that falls right on top and just tips
Yeah,
it over. So,
that was an
but other than
excuse, I
that,
think. Yeah,
yeah, yeah,
that really
they
was
were on the
just a
verge of going over. Yeah.
so.
Um.
So, anyways, I'm getting the impression because we're starting to see this interesting sentiment. I feel in the market, it's happening with the war in Iran. I mean, it shouldn't be a terrible surprise that the peace deal didn't last and didn't hold. I mean, it was pretty awkward the way it all happened to begin with. So, I don't know. It felt pretty, to me, an obvious thing that something is going to go wrong with it. But it's interesting that we're seeing the sentiment on a couple of fronts. Like think about AI. Everybody was so excited about AI, and AI is still growing. Samsung yesterday reported record, earnings and revenue. Not that we trade Samsung, but the entire market took that good news as bad news, right? And the whole AI market largely dropped. I mean, we saw big drops on stocks, especially like the memory stocks, SanDisk and Western Digital were down huge in the morning. SanDisk recovered a little bit, Western Digital not so much. So like we've got some negative sentiment that's coming in as everybody's like, I don't know. They're trying to find reasons why things are going to go bad. I feel like right now. So, I'm not sure, Carlos, what's going to happen here long term. But it's an interesting time in the market, and I love it from a trading perspective. Right, macroeconomics aside, because I am not a global supply chain analyst, but from a trading point of view, this is the type of trading environment that gives me my best trading opportunities. So I'll just watch, and if I can take advantage of it, I will.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And there've been some really great moves. I mean, yesterday I wasn't able to capitalize on the short that took place. But I did get back in on Apple later down the line. I like actually 10 minutes after me and you came offline. And it did very well. So we made some of the losses back. But if you were short early on, you did awesome yesterday. So hopefully many of you guys took that. And you did, because we saw the trades that we from our moderators and members, and a lot of people took a lot of short opportunities. So hoping for some of that today.
There you go. Percival's got the right term: cognitive dissonance at work. Yes,
Mm.
That's a good term that people have been using for a while, but where you sort of
Yep.
hold two contradictory beliefs and you don't know what to do. I feel like the market, and the market at large is in that space, right? They got this cognitive
Yeah.
dissonance as we're seeing stuff, sort of. It feels like things should be getting worse, but the market is still, in all-time high territory. So, one day the market's up, the next day the market's down. I mean, just look at the market indexes, over the last, I don't know, last month or so. It feels like we've been in that space where we're sort of bouncing here. We're lower, we're higher, we're lower, we're higher, and this has happened on several times. But we're still at all-time highs. Like, let's not forget where we are, right, in this relative place. Like, the market is at levels that had never been seen before May. So, and we haven't really lost those those April, beginning of May levels. So, we're here, but it feels like we can't go higher, but everybody's also afraid to take it lower. So, Carlos, I said, this is the type of choppy, uncertain market that gives me good trading
Yeah.
opportunity. But if you're a trend trader, you might not like it as much because it's sort of easy when everything goes higher every single day. That's not where we're at. But we're also not in a market that's just like, you know, run, everything's on fire, we're all gonna die. Like we're not really there. Like we're there on certain days, but then the next day everyone's like, no, false alarm, we're good again. Let the good times roll. Like it's so
Yeah.
weird to be in this back and forth whipsaw thing. So, anyways.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Um. All right, friends, let's get to it. Let's get to some of our gappers list this morning. Let's start with the gap down today. I'm sorry, gap up. We have Baba here, and these guys are up 9.1, as we mentioned, only 4 million shares traded. And actually, Peter, you went through this one. That's how we got into all this conversation that we just discussed, actually. So, again, if you like it, you can watch it. I like Baba. I do. So I'm going to put it on my secondary list. I mean, we'll have to see something better than what we're seeing now, just sideways action. We didn't talk directly about JD, but JD is kind of in the same boat. They're also on our gappers list. So again, if you like those, you can put them on the list. But I'm going to go with Baba for sure on my secondary. Next on here is going to be Run, RUN. And if we look at Run here, we are moving up from red to green, up 6.5 right now, 421,000 shares traded. And you can see here they are moving. What's the float on this? It's actually a decent sized float, 229 million. But again, moving some kind of low float type this morning. So Peter, not sure what your thoughts are on this one. This is Sunrun. Okay, there we go. We've seen this before. The solar panels, they took a hit earlier this year. These don't trade well. But Peter, what's your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I don't know, man. Is this a real thing or is this them trying to capture a headline? So let me tell you what's going on. Sunrun, who has about 1.1 million customers that could support this initiative. Basically, they're going to take the compute capacity. So Sunrun, if you don't know, by the way, guys, is a solar panel company, right? And then when you install solar panels, you need a relatively complex system, right, to run it, right? Because you've got to convert energy, store it. You're going both ways because you're using the stored energy to power the home. Sometimes you redistribute it into a network. Sometimes you're storing and using at the same time. So, there's computers that get installed with it. Well, they feel that of the computers and the customer installation base, they could take about 1.1 million of them and create a distributed AI network that they're going to be able to run AI compute workloads across their distributed network that are installed in people's homes. So so instead of, they've basically announced they're creating an AI data center, but they're calling it an AI distributed data center using both energy generation and the compute power that is available in people's systems at their house. So Carlos, it's a good innovation, it sounds like, right? Where we're looking for power from everywhere. So why not, right? If you've got a Sunrun system in your house, you can now use that power and sell it to an AI data center. Right?
Okay.
So why not? Might as well get in on it, right? The AI data
Yeah.
centers have been taking all your power for your house. If you're generating your own, why not sell it back to them? Now, is it going to work? Is it going to cause problems in your system? I mean, there's a lot of questions about how this is going to work. However, it is capturing sort of all of the recent headlines where like everybody was doing. I mean, heck, yesterday, Carlos, we looked at a story where they were using jet engines, modified jet turbine engines
Yeah.
to power data centers. Why not
Mm.
use solar networks people or have installed in their house? Now,
Yeah.
doesn't it feel though we're getting a little silly when we start like,
Yeah.
are
Because
like I want the next news article to be that Peloton is going to be using the power generated from all their home distributed bicycles. They're going to capture that and they're going to put it back into the grid using a new technology to power AI data centers. Get on board, Peloton. It's my idea. I want a royalty. Go on,
the
man.
solar panel catching situation is so slow. I just don't know how this becomes something less like, oh, this is worth it. Like, the cost of
Yeah.
installing everything. Because I think for a home, I think it takes years. Like when the guy came over and says, yeah, like, listen, I'm not going to be alive by the time
Yeah.
this thing pays off. Like, what are you doing here?
I've done the math, and it was like a 20-year payoff just to get
Yeah,
back to break even. But the promise here, Carlos, is that you could use that energy if you could sell it to a data center for a premium. That might reduce that time to get payback. Now you're not,
true.
So
True.
basically you'd still
Not
be
getting rich
buying
off of
power
this,
from the
but
grid.
yeah.
Yeah, but it's going to defray the cost. So that's the thought. Again, how well is it going to work? And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, but it's interesting. They're trying. They're trying to get in on this whole AI data center craze. So I said, we got to think of more creative ideas of how to get in on this craze. Again, I want to see that news article from Peloton. That's my idea.
Yeah.
I should have I
Agree.
should have written it down. But you heard it here first. It's now recorded in the public media. If Peloton does it, I'll be coming after you, Peloton. But I still think it's a good
Yeah.
idea. Make it happen.
Yeah.
I just want a small
Absolutely.
percentage.
Absolutely. No, man, I think we know it's instant as far as the energy, of course. What we're saying is the amount you can collect as far as
Yeah.
the solar panels themselves, right? They can only capture so much energy that can be transported. So it happens instant, we know that, but it's so little, right? So I just don't know. I'm thinking data center
Well,
are using
I mean,
jet engines,
also
like
think of the practical logistics. Here's part of the problem they've had, right? Like even just selling your power that you've created back into the grid is problematic because a lot of the grids and systems, one, don't have a way to receive power upload, right? I mean, it's
yeah,
designed to be a one-way system. Secondly, they may not have the facility or the interest in paying you for that electricity. So, that's been a problem. I know it was a problem in my area where like a lot of the promise was, well, they'll be in a position to make it happen. Now that was promised years ago and they still haven't done it yet in my area, but we're not in the Sun Belt here, right? So it's probably not a big
yeah,
priority for them.
right,
But
right,
but the other problem realistically is that look, one electron is identical to another electron. So you're never actually selling your power back to a data center specifically. There's no
no, it
way to
goes to
get
the
the power
grid.
from your
Yeah,
house.
yeah,
You're just putting
yeah,
it into the pool and then
yeah,
the data center takes it out of the pile and uses it for whatever thing they're using for. So it's all sort of like a virtual system, to say you're selling it to a data center. Well, you're not really. You'd be just putting it into the pile, and then the data center would be taking an equivalent amount. But anyways,
yeah. It's same thing with your home. Like right now, the way they sold it to us in Northeast was you collect the energy, it goes directly to them, doesn't stay in your house, and then you can use like a bank, you can use it back again. So it's just it's different everywhere, but it's the same concept. But yeah, as far as this one, guys, trade's horrible. I won't be watching it. Although today that's great news. Listen, they're up here 6.3, 523,000 shares traded. So maybe today's their day. I haven't had any luck with any solar type company, and we've seen them in play, like these energy companies. We've seen them in play before,
yeah,
and they just don't trade very well. So I'm gonna skip on this one.
they're hard. They're hard
Yeah,
to
if you
trade.
guys like it, put it on deck, friends. All right, let's take a look here. The next one is going to be, what do we have? PDYN. Is this a Chinese ticker too? PDYN
Yep.
or Paladin? Yeah. So is this with the Baba News as well, Peter?
Oh, it is not.
I'm not sure what this is.
No, no, they actually it looks like they released some preliminary data. It's not actually their earnings, but they released some guidance on their earnings. And they basically said that, hey, it's going to be looking good for this next quarter. So they're sort of trying to prep the market to say, looks like we're going to get some record revenue here. So, which is interesting because the reported sales for last year, for the entire year, was $7 million. All right. Their reported forward-looking guidance in earnings for the second quarter of this year is 5.8 million. So they've seen a heck of a lot of growth, which is interesting that, they really have not been able to take advantage of that. Now, keep in mind the level here, right? We're still talking 5 million in revenue in the quarter, a company that had 7 million in revenue last year. And supporting 161 employees off of that, by the way. So they must have been in a loss position. There's no way
Mm.
that you're not making enough money to pay 161 employees. Anyways, but the stock has not seen any sort of appreciated value. I mean, I'm just looking back here over the last year and a half that this thing has been traded, or when it's been more active, anyways, in its trading, and it saw a little bit of a pop up in 2024, but it's largely been sort of chopping up and down sideways here ever since. So yeah, huge revenue growth, and I think they're trying to get some awareness. I feel like they're a little more active on issuing press releases. They're trying to get some of that glory that a lot of the other, AI sort of related stocks have got. Because, I get it, right? As a company, you're like, hey, me too, man. Like, make me big and, make my stock grow significantly. But you
Mm.
never know what the market's going to catch on to and what's not, right? It's sort of like posting a video on social media. You never know which one's going to go viral. It's, uh, it's
Yeah,
not usually the one you think. So.
that's very true. Very true. All right, friends, don't like it, we'll leave it alone. Just about a couple of minutes here, we have engineering the markets with Javish starting up. So as soon as he's fired up, we'll switch over to him. We could probably get in the next one here is Peng, Peng. Penguin Solutions. I feel like we talked about this before. On the daily, they're looking a lot better than what they did prior to April. April's a big day, a big month for a lot of companies. You go back to April, it's like, what company is this now, right? Because it's just the rally has been insane. So I'm not sure what Penguin exactly does, but they've been getting some pretty wild moves lately, starting in June. Just look at the back and forth. So the rally kind of slowed down, and then it's a lot of back and forth here. Very light volume though, so the volume is extremely light. They're kind of borderline low flow. They're sitting at 49. For me, anything under 50, I start getting a little concerned. But Peter, they've been having a great run, and today up 4.4, 322,000, sliding into our gappers list. Normally they won't make it, but today they're doing so.
I don't. You said it sounded familiar. I don't remember looking at these guys at all. But look at this. If you go to their website, you gotta. They are taking advantage of the recent trends, aren't they? Like, look at their tagline: the AI factory platform company, uniquely positioned at the intersection of memory and AI infrastructure. So good for you, Penguin Solutions. You're trying to put yourself right there, right? You're saying, hey, don't forget us. We're right here where memory meets AI infrastructure. It doesn't matter what they do at this point. They're trying to say we're sort of we're halfway between Western Digital and an NVDA. Make us great again. Make us grand. Anyways, I find it fascinating how companies are really like every company that even is remotely AI related. Now these guys are directly AI related. I won't argue, but it's you got to believe that this website has been updated in the last 6 months to reflect this type of messaging, right? Because they want people to know where they sit. And again, it's about stock appreciation. It's not about selling product, right? Right now. I think for a lot of these companies, because that's really the huge value. And look at their daily chart. It looks like it's delivered some benefits. Now, not in the last month, but April through May, April, May were two great months for them. Their stock had gone up threefold. So anyways, in the short term, Carlos, it looks like they've raised their guidance outlook, saying that the AI memory has driven over a 48% revenue growth. So yeah, they've got some good preliminary results coming out. As I said, we're sort of in between this earnings season. We don't really have any earnings going on right now of note. Not of the big companies we typically watch, but I
Yep.
find that there seems to be a lot of companies that are trying to fill the gap. That this is an opportunity for the small and mid-sized companies to be able to get some headlines, right, and get a little
Yep.
attention before all the big boys start to report again.
All right, there you go, friends. All right, I see engineering the markets is ready to go, friends. So we'll leave you guys with Jared, and we'll come back to you guys a little bit later. So take care, and we'll see you a little bit later. All right, let me disconnect. Here we go, and then let's continue on YouTube and X. All right. What else? Let's take a look. What else we have on the Gap Up list? Rocket Lab. That's one we like. Let's look at Rocket Lab, Oxy, and this is not venture capital. What is this? This is venture something. Venture Global. I think it is. We'll look it up in a second. We've seen them before. I don't remember if they're good or bad, but let's start with Rocket Lab. This one can trade well. Up 3.51 million shares traded. Again, like many tickers yesterday, did have a little bit of a sell-off here and trying to recover. So again, there's the action from yesterday. Look at the drop, and then some more weakness into this morning. Trying to recover. They're going into the green. So I like what I'm seeing here. Pre-market, 1 million shares traded. This actually looks pretty good, Peter. Well, what's your thoughts on that? I might add this one.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Rocket Lab. I used to love. I loved watching Rocket Lab because I thought it was going to take off. Pun intended. But it really it's not been easy to trade. You didn't like that? I hear groaning.
No, I said, you know how you do the drum?
Oh, I
Like,
see.
yeah.
But anyways, today they do have some news. It looks like they have completed the Victus Haze mission with a record fast response launch. So basically, the mission achieved rapid spacecraft commissioning plus an on-orbit rendezvous and proximity operations using their Electron rocket. So, they basically are testing how quickly could we mobilize to launch something. So it's interesting. I mean, that's good. It's good news. Is it going to be tradable? I don't know, Carlos. Again, like I said, I was really hoping because it had the volume. It looked like it had every opportunity, especially when we had all of that in May, when we had all that anticipation of, space stuff going crazy with the SpaceX IPO launch. But look what happened. Like almost the day we announced that the SpaceX IPO was going to, be a thing, it's dropped and it's lost all the gains it made in the month of May, and it's right back down again. So I'm skeptical that it's going to give a good trading opportunity.
All right. Yeah, I get that. Maybe a secondary then. Man, we won't put it all the way up to the primary list. Yeah, I like the red to green here, and I agree. I mean, I can't remember the last time I actually traded Rocket Lab, so we'll see what happens. We'll put it on there.
We can watch it, I guess. I mean,
yeah.
We don't have a big list, right? So we might as well.
Look, this is the first. This right. It's not like they're pouring themselves at us here, Peter. It's just Rocket Lab. Yeah. That's it. So let's see. Venture Global. This one is on the list as well. I don't see anything great on it. It comes on the list here and there once in a while. We remember going back to March. If you guys remember this, it kept coming up on our list because it just kept gapping up pretty big and gapping down pretty big as well. So since that has come down, but I don't think it was really a great trader and very light volume for the most part. So skipping on this one, Peter, unless you have anything to add.
No.
All right, and let's last one on the gap up list is Oxy. So Oxy, with some of the turmoil happening, restarting up again in the Middle East here. Oxy up 2.4, 571,000 shares traded. So this could be in play again today. You saw the day yesterday, and today, could be active. I remember Oxy being such a much better trader either years back or so.
Pandemic,
I don't remember it. It was that
pandemic.
It's just
it's
not the same, man. Not the same.
No.
So I don't know.
it had its moment there where I don't know why, like everybody flocked to this stock to trade it. And
Right.
yeah, it was moving great. But yeah, even during this whole thing, it has not been the oil stock to go to, right? There hasn't really been one that we can point to, like Oxy sort of took the headlines at that time. But yeah, this is all speculation, right? So, with basically the peace accord being canceled, the oil stocks, so remember what happened last time, or every time when people were paying attention, so it was a funny thing because of course when all the hostilities started, the oil stocks, if you remember, went up because everybody was saying, well, the price of oil is going to increase once we realized what was going to happen, and then they would start to react, right? Oh, okay, no, the war was over, right? But it was over and on again and over and on again so many times that then the oil stocks sort of stopped paying attention to it. Well, now that we've had sort of a pause and we're back again, we might see a reaction to the oil stocks. So they're reacting anyways in the short term. Oxy's sort of leading the charge in that again, oil prices are expected to go up. I was just enjoying slightly cheaper gas at the pumps over the last 2 weeks. So, anyways, but again, this is all anticipatory, right? It doesn't actually reflect the real cost. We'll see what goes on because like this thing has been on again, off again for months now, so it's tough to know exactly what's going to happen. But Oxy's getting reaction, Carl. Again, we're looking for trading opportunities. I don't think this is going to be it. I don't think any oil stock is going to be a good trade today. It might be interesting to see where they go, and they might get some movement, but I just don't think we're going to be able to trade them profitably.
Yeah, gotcha, man. Peter, as far as the gap up, anything you like this morning on here?
Your mic's doing the scratchy thing again. If you want to
Oh,
reset that.
yeah.
Well, like we sort of mentioned, it's sort of weird how we're seeing some of the Chinese stocks move. PDD, JD, Billy, Baidu, all gapping up in amongst a sea of red. I'm thinking we're going to get more green on this list. Just because, like I said, while the market is down overall, which puts everything in the red, it's been going up over the last 45 minutes now. So almost an hour. So I think that we're going to see more stuff that's going to be perhaps long trades, even if they're in the red. They're going to be long trades. Now, right now, I said everything's in the red. Semiconductors are in the red. Most of the Magnificent Seven are in the red. Interestingly, SpaceX is green, but that's probably not a surprise after the big drop it had yesterday. By the way, closing officially yesterday below $150. So it's green this morning, only up 1.3%, which puts it back over that all important $150 price point. I think that's a very important marker, by the way, because that, of course, if you have forgotten, is the open price, the price at which it first traded on the markets. Remember, the strike price, the price at which the stock was priced pre-IPO was $135. We've never hit that price in the public markets. However, the open price, which was $150, is important, and it was just like right at the close when that thing dropped. And for anybody that was part of the bear bull trading community and was in the chat room, Andrew was trading this short through the afternoon, so he took advantage of that, as he does, right? He's always around and he's hiding out there, and he jumped on into the close and said, "Yep, I've got this short." And he took advantage as it moved down through 150. And when it dropped 150, I think it hit a low of like 148 something. He's like, "I'm all out." And he took his money and ran, and that made a lot of sense. So he once again made a bunch of money off of this. So that's what Andrew does. He just makes money. So
Yes.
I'm sort of I'm green biased on a lot of the market. At least I think that we're going to get long trades on the market rather than short trades. But I could be wrong. Don't forget, again, the ceasefire news, and we have we have these headline items that could take the market down. But this market finds ways to be enthusiastic when you think it should. Like someone said, cognitive dissonance, right? I'm upset, but I still want to go higher. And I'm going higher, but I feel like the market sucks. Like we seem to have this market that always is expressing this opinion and just doesn't quite know what to do with itself. So we'll see where we go today.
Yeah, we sure will. All right, friends. Before we get to the gap down, PLC got some stories here. This one happening very close to home. Break it down for us.
Which one are we talking about here? Yeah, Carlos, I hope you stayed out of Midtown Manhattan yesterday
Yes.
because I know that's close to you, but not that close. Not It's not like you're regularly heading into the
No,
city,
no.
into Manhattan. But anyways, this is 235 East 42nd Street near 2nd Avenue, and apparently it was under construction when basically floors 21 through 26 caved in. Two columns buckled and five floors caved in while there was the construction going on this thing. And they ended up having to close a whole bunch of city blocks because they were afraid that the whole damn building would collapse.
That's
Now,
wild.
when you're, yeah, like I don't know how tall this building is, but we're saying again, this collapse happened on floors 21 through 26. Like everybody knows in the world how dense New York City is. If a building like this was to suddenly collapse, can you imagine what it would take out? Like the chaos. Well, I mean, I guess we saw it with the World
Yeah,
Exchange, but
yeah.
even that was a collapse, a vertical collapse. And the World Exchange Towers, it sort of collapsed in on itself. Can you imagine if something collapsed sideways in Manhattan? That would be that would be
Yeah, that'll be
pandemonium. And
wild.
like this, that would be wild. And this is not like this is just a construction accident, right? Or I believe, or it could have been structurally, driven. But bottom line is, you got to believe it was due to the construction because the thing was under construction. But yeah, like that caused a little bit of panic in Manhattan yesterday, and I was surprised that we really didn't see any sort of market news because this apparently um, happened yesterday morning. It was like early, like before the market opened. I think Carlos,
Well,
we'd heard about
we
a couple
saw,
of bricks
yeah,
falling.
we saw, yeah, the bricks falling. I guess people didn't know
Right,
exactly what happened yet. I had no
right,
idea it was floors, but they heard a couple of bricks falling. I guess when once they got the entire news, our
yeah,
news is get it first. Don't get it right, get it first,
yeah,
and then figure it out what's actually happening. That's every
yeah.
news article out there.
So
But yeah, I guess this is it. It's crazy. It's wild.
this tower is 33 stories tall, and yeah, and there were bricks falling off of it. And well, now we know why the bricks were falling because a bunch of floors collapsed. So
Yeah.
yeah, the bricks were just the first things people saw, but it's just I don't know, like it's in this picture that we've got. I put it up here because it was a picture of somebody taking from an adjacent building where they've got the street blocked off. But I'm like, look at all the people milling around. Now, a lot of them are sort of emergency personnel, but I'm thinking, is that where I want to be, milling around sort of on the street corner, just across the street from the building? Like, again, if it collapses, as we've learned, you don't want to be anywhere near there, within blocks of that thing. You want to be like out of there.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyways,
Man.
I don't know. I don't. So what are they going to do? Do they have to knock the whole building down? Like, is it completely unsafe? Well, I no idea. Anyways, but that
People
was
are
the
just, especially construction companies, man. They're cutting corners. Have you heard about the building that they did not dig all the way down to the bedrock of New York because it was going to cost them a couple of like $20 more million, some $5 million more. So to save that money by not digging the beams all the way down deeper into the solid rock, after they finished building the building is tilted by like a couple of degrees. So now it's unusable.
yeah.
It's
Is that
like,
is that the is that that big pencil thin one that's like uninhabited that was built?
yeah, it's the one
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
tilting
I can't
sideways.
remember
Yeah,
what it's ca-
it's
I
like,
can't remember what
are
it's
you an
called,
idiot?
but yeah, yeah.
Like, are you an idiot? Like, you did not spend this amount and now it cost you this amount. And I talk about just not, saving pennies to and leaving the dollars walk out the door. It's just I don't get it. But yeah, man,
Well,
just wild.
sometimes you make decisions like I used to say in corporate life all the time, right? Like you present to executives a plan. I'm sure somebody presented a plan and said, "Look, we could save $5 million, but there's a 10% chance that the building, is going to tilt." And they're like, "Well, 10%, that's what I hire the general contractors for and the construction people. You guys make sure that doesn't happen. I'll save my 5 million." And because when you tell an executive there's a 10% chance in their brain, there's like, so there's really no chance. It's a 90% chance things are going to go well. Yeah, it sounds good to me. So
That's
unfortunately,
true,
this
P. That's
was
a good point. It's a good point.
all right. They're
I
like,
I,
yeah,
I
so
I
it's
would
almost
take a
not
ten
going to
percent
happen.
chance. Yeah.
Right.
Uh,
Well, this is the 10% that hits, and it's they're now paying the price. That's the reality. So, anyways, it is what it is. But these weird decisions, bad decisions get made all the time, Carlos.
Oh
Unfortunately,
yeah. Yeah.
sometimes
Some are more
it's
costly
like
than
trading.
others.
Well, sometimes you get rewarded for making the bad decision because nothing goes wrong, right? Or you're out of the situation before you realize the issues with it, and you sort of think, "Hey, that didn't cost me anything. That was awesome." Well, the next guy's got to deal with it, right? So, this feels like an example of maybe the next guy dealing with it because this building under construction is now presumably going to have to be torn down, I think, because they say that there have been cracks on, throughout the building now. So, what you imagine, you get 5 floors that collapse, it's going to cause stress on other parts of the building. So, yeah, so that construction
Yeah, yeah,
not
got
going so well.
turn that thing down and redo it. Redo it. I
Yeah.
mean, who in their right mind? Actually, I guess if you move in out of town, don't know any better. Who's gonna rent this place? Who's gonna actually move
Well,
into a
but
place like
but they
this?
won't know, right?
Right? They
People will
won't. Yeah, they won't know. It's
forget,
so
and they'll
local
go rent
news,
it.
right? Yeah,
and
yeah.
and and they'll get it all fixed. And so hey, Carlos, you're pseudo local. This is one of the things you can keep an eye on, right? And say, well, if they make the decision not to tear it down, this is someone else saying, well, we could shore up the towers and fix those 5 floors, it'll be fine. And maybe it'll be fine for a year or two, or until the next major wind event happens, or I don't know, something. It's
Wild, man.
uh,
Wild to even think that if people are willing to play around, even with 10%, with people's lives. That's just wild. But it
yeah,
happens. Happens.
yeah, yeah.
Friends,
Anyway,
let's jump into
there you
our
go. Anyway,
gap down. Yeah, go ahead, Peter. You have
oh,
something
I was just gonna
before?
say. No, well, that's just saying that's not really market news. We spent a lot of time on it just because it was interesting, but yeah. And we another news. Well, we can handle that news later. Let's get to our gap down list because I want to get back to stocks.
Okay, you got it, man. Let's look at the gap down list here, friends. A fuel cell this morning, down 20%, 1.2 million shares traded. I'm sure a lot of these, given everything that's going on, are down because of that. That's just overall market, the way things are moving. But there's a few sectors you can tell clearly on here. I see Mara, QUBT, MSTR. Just a couple on here that are clearly taking a big chunk out of it. MSTR, as we know, has been just destroyed lately. I mean, it's just down, down, down. We'll look at that daily in a second. And we do have Hood on here, and there's some that just are sticking out on this list. So let's start with fuel cell, Peter. This morning, this is down 20%, 1.2 million shares traded. I love the gap down. It just doesn't trade well. And another ticker that we watch many, many times, you get the initial gap, market opens, it doesn't do a whole lot. Maybe today could be different. 1.2 million shares traded. Hard to borrow. I'm sorry, SSR. And Peter right away saying no, he doesn't like it.
No. Well, because the news, it's the type of news we don't like to trade. This is a secondary offering. They're basically launching another $200 million secondary. So it's about 8 million shares, which would increase their float by about 15%. So the secondaries almost never trade well. So my gut would be, don't waste your time.
Yeah, yeah. All right, let's continue. CLRO, this Clear One. I'm not sure what this is, but it has some action over the last couple of days. You can see here, this started on the 2nd. So last week popped up, moved up higher yesterday, coming back down today. Float on this one must be low. Yeah, under 1 million shares flow. Hard to borrow. You can't short it. It looks like the fun might be over as this thing just comes crashing down here.
Huh. Okay. They're calling this a reverse merger. So I'm trying to figure out what the reverse part is. It's a reverse merger with a company called Cortigent, where Cortigent is owned by Vivani Medical's. Oh, it's a subsidiary of Vivani Medical. Anyways, they're going to buy their brain implant technology from CLRO. So I guess the market is putting a vote in that they are not liking this reverse merger activity, or at least not today. Now, that being said, if I look at this stock, it had a couple of really good days, so this could just be sort of the knee jerk, the dead cat bounce. Well, it's not quite that, but anyways, this is just a pullback after a couple of days of growth. So I think we probably missed the opportunity on this. The trading actually on this, looking at it, was not bad yesterday, but yeah, probably not so much today. 83 million shares, Carlos. Why did this not hit our radar yesterday?
I don't
It
know. Maybe was it under $5 before we did our thing
no,
here?
I mean
No,
it
actually, it
was a few
was
days ago,
above.
but not yesterday. Not yet.
Yeah, you're
You
right.
know why?
Yesterday should have hit yesterday. I would think.
I'm willing to bet the ATR was probably too low. Being a low price stock,
Mm,
it probably didn't hit our ATR limits because it didn't have enough range. Yesterday it expanded that range
yeah,
significantly,
yeah,
but previously it didn't have the ATR. So that's why it wouldn't have hit our radar. So
yeah. That makes sense because only with 2 days, it's not enough to cover the 14-day range. Yeah, that's it. That's
yeah.
exactly it. All right, friends. Let's see what else we got here. So we'll skip on that one. The fun might be over. It was good the last couple of days. If it can recover, move higher, maybe it can be a play for our low flow traders. But keep in mind, it's a low flow under and 1 million shares flow. So be careful on that one. Here's our next one is going to be, this is our ETF, by the way. It just comes up here with this two. I don't know when they're going to fix that, but it shouldn't be in here. NVTS, and then we'll look at Rivian to see how Rivian is doing as well in a second here. Yeah, Peter?
Yeah, Novartis. Yeah, I want to make sure you didn't skip over that one.
No, definitely not. Because I know this one can be in play, can move quite a bit. Right now, we're down 6.2, 642,000 shares traded. And there's a bunch of other semiconductors here too. MU, you got tech stuff, SanDisk, all the stuff here, memory, WDC. I mean, there's a bunch, right? The usual suspects are on this list, Peter. So as far as Navitas semiconductor, what you got for us today?
Yeah. Well, today they're tied up with Wolfspeed. If you remember, we've looked at them in the past. They don't typically get a lot of volume. Wolf is their ticker, WOLF. But anyways, Wolfspeed is suing Navitas on an alleged infringement of power patents. So they're saying that Navitas stole their patents. Navitas has come back and said that they will vigorously defend themselves and their products, saying that their patent infringement lawsuit is frivolous and is has no merit. What do you expect? This is what they always say. So does it, doesn't it? I have no idea. But these two guys are getting down and ugly. Then it's taking Navitas's stock lower, which maybe is what Wolf is trying to do. I don't know what their relative, market positions are to each other, but sometimes you do these things just to create disruption. And Navitas is feeling the pinch on their stock price here this morning. But that being said, they've been going down for the month of June. So yesterday was sort of an interesting day in movement for NVTS. I know we had looked it up. I can't remember if we looked at it right at the open or if it was later in the day when I'd come across it, Carlos. But it actually moved. I sort of liked the way it was trading and moving yesterday. So I'm thinking that with this news, it might be worth keeping an eye on. Like, being that I don't have a lot on the list that are targeted, I'm going to add it to sort of my secondary list and keep it around to see what it does.
Yeah, I don't blame you, man. My list is pretty blank here, so yeah, NVTS, we'll add that one as well. Why not? All right, friends, let's do. So now let's talk about our usual suspects, right? We got MU, we got SanDisk, we have, and I'm talking about more about tech and memory, WDC. Peter, anything good with these that you like this morning off the gap down?
Well, Rivian, we shared the news yesterday.
Oh, yes,
Yeah, and Rivian, they tried to put a good face on it, but the market was not buying it. So the market thinks that they are, because Rivian's got the desire to go mainstream, right? They're sort of a niche company. Their cars are cool. They certainly got adopted by Hollywood. Again, any sci-fi thriller throughout 2020, late 24, 25, it was all Rivian cars. That's all you really see. If it was a sci-fi future thing and they needed a car, a Rivian vehicle was in it. So, but they haven't really gone, as mainstream as they would like. They're trying to fix that, and the market's thinking that they're going to face some challenges. But because they've also said they're trying to get into building sedans, right? Like versus because they only really have an SUV. And we saw them drop yesterday. Actually, I mean, just a steady downward move yesterday. It was one of those stocks that hard to trade if you're trying to actively trade it, but it would have been a good just let me just short it and stick in the position and then buy it back at the end of the day, and you would have been pretty happy because it just sort of slowly moved its way down yesterday. Now, one company I don't think they're going to have to worry about big competition from is Fiat. Now, just to say it, this is where we can bring in our news if you want, Carlos.
Yeah.
So Stellantis, which is the parent company for Fiat, says they're going to sell their Topolino electric vehicle in the U.S. Now, this thing has been sort of described as golf cart like. Look at the size of that thing. Now, Topolino apparently means little mouse. And it can travel up to, Carlos, get ready, man, 19 miles an hour. What? Like,
Huh.
aren't we past this? Aren't we? Wait, this feels like it's a throwback to like 10 years ago when people were producing these ridiculously small little electric cars that couldn't even keep up with road speeds. So I don't understand. Now, they're going to be selling this for $13,995 in the US. Uh, I who is going to buy one? I don't understand.
19, huh? If
What?
they
No,
would have made it
13,000.
30. No, no, no.
No,
I'm saying
13,000.
19
Oh,
miles per hour, you said?
19 miles an hour. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like
See,
I
if
don't
they would have made it 35, I could see a market for it. 19 is too low.
maybe. Yeah.
Because
Like
35
19 mi-
would be the city limit, right? That's the speed limit in New York City. And you're stuck in traffic, you ain't going faster anyway. And if you
No.
live in the city, this would be great. You could park this thing on the sidewalk. You could put it in the lobby of the
Carlos,
building.
you and I can hit 19 miles an hour on our bicycles.
Oh yeah.
Like
Facts.
like I don't understand. It just again this feels like a an outdated business model here. No, who in the U.S. is going to buy that? And I mentioned it on the tail of mentioning Rivian because Rivian's got their I mean, they're selling SUVs like full size SUVs. So I know like if you're if you're a Carlos who's got two Explorers sitting in his driveway. Carl, you're going to be buying a Rivian a million years before you're going to see one of these in your driveway, right? Like I have no
100%.
doubt on that
Not
statement.
100%. I mean, let's be
Like,
honest. Even if they were like at a 85, I'm still not buying it. But I'm thinking of
yeah.
other people. Trying to keep open minded here.
If
19.
Fiat said, Carlos, look, we're going to take your expedition off. Yeah, we're going to give you one for free so you can trial it just for 2 months. Would you take it?
Not at 19 miles per hour. No way. I'll be so frustrated with the thing. I'd drive it off the
Yeah,
bridge or something. Not at 19 miles
yeah.
per hour, even if it's free.
So yeah. So you're in Europe in like small cities in Europe when you're doing like, intercity commuting. And like you said, if the traffic, you never really get up to speed anyways,
Yeah,
and you're just trying to get from A to
in New York City, you're barely
okay,
gonna get over
okay.
20 most of the
So
time.
okay, I can see, but it's such a limited application, and the U.S. is not designed that way, right? Like there's a highway in almost every drive somewhere, or at least even if you just get onto a regular road or boulevard, you're doing faster than 19 miles an hour, right? And the last thing you need is that SUV coming up your butt and saying like, getting angry because you're slowing them down. Anyways, I don't.
Yeah,
it just
not.
doesn't feel
I
like
can't think of anywhere in the U.S. where this would work. And I look at the
no.
comments on YouTube. Looks like you guys agree as
Yeah,
well. It's just 19 is too low. 35,
yeah,
40, no
exactly.
problem.
So,
City will love it, but
anyways,
not 19.
I as I said, it just feels like I appreciate them trying to expand in the U.S. markets. I could see that it could have, it could get some traction in Europe. I just don't think it's going to sell in the U.S. whatsoever. And we'll see what happens. But anyways, that was the news. Stellantis is trying to sell this thing. So, I don't think Rivian's got to fear from that, but Rivian has to fear from a lot of other competition. There are a ton of electric vehicles. I mean, again, I even my friends I was talking to, in the last week, I've talked to a guy that owns that he got his Polestar that he absolutely loves. I was talking to another guy that he's on his second Hyundai all electric vehicle, the Ionic. He's got a brand new Ioniq, and he parked it next to my Porsche, so I was busy talking to him about it. And he's like, "I love these cars, man. They're great. It's great for commuting. It gets me where I need to go. But like it's a real car. Like you can drive highway speeds. You can, he says the range is not so great. He gets 400 clicks out of it, and in the winter that drops. So you're not going big long distances, but it's a real car. Like Hyundai's producing a real car. Come on, Fiat. Like." Anyways, never mind. I'm done with my rant, but it feels a little ridiculous.
Yeah, you got to
All right.
figure that out.
Yeah.
All right, friends.
All right. So you're asking me what else I like
Yeah.
on this list. Other than that, I mean, I see there's a lot of the semiconductors that are on the list, and I think we just have to watch them and see what they're going to do. Again, I'm not convinced just because they're gapping down. I still think there's some green opportunity. I was short biased on them yesterday. Today, not so much. I don't know which direction it's going to go, but that pre-market action gives me some thought that maybe there's a chance for them to recover. Again, I'm just going to wait for them to settle out probably and then find a trade opportunity. Now, one that I saw on the list that I was surprised you didn't catch on to was American Airlines.
Yeah.
American Airlines was gapping down this morning. I know, Carlos, we were talking how much Carlos likes his planes.
Yes.
He likes his airline stock. So American Airlines is down. I know generally you want it up, or do you want it up? Because you never got into that trade, right? You were waiting for the
now it can
$9
go.
trade.
Yeah, now it can go anywhere. I actually wanted to come down. I wanted to come back down to this area, but that'll take months.
Okay.
I mean, this happens like every few months, right? It'll be a while before we're back here unless things really fall apart. But look at this run, Peter. It would have worked. It would have worked, man.
American Airlines is not the only one. A bunch of the airlines are down this morning. JetBlue seemed to have been leading it because they came out and said that they're going to have to revise their quarterly numbers since the peace accord has been struck and is no longer in play, because JetBlue took the action, and I can only assume that other airlines did as well, that they had put in place some waivers with some Iranian oil companies to be able to buy their oil. Right, as they try and defray costs, they're willing to go to the cheapest company, and JetBlue was going to buy some Iranian oil. So whether that changes your decision as to what airline you want to fly or not, I don't know. But anyways, those waivers are revoked, right? Because if the peace deal is off, then any commercial deal you might have had to buy Iranian products is also affected. So anyway, so that news out of JetBlue, I think, was causing a lot of other airlines to drop. Everybody understands as oil prices are likely to go back up, or if supply gets constrained again, it's going to hit all of the airlines. So they're gapping down. Other than that, we've got Robinhood, which we haven't talked about this week, but last week had really put in some good trade days. I've got to say, last week there were some good trading days last week. Robinhood is amongst the glut of companies that are gapping down this morning. Probably worth just keeping an eye on. There's no bad news for Robinhood. They're not directly impacted by any of this macroeconomic stuff that's happening. I think that that they've actually benefited from some short-term activity and the betting activity that's been happening, increased betting. So I think that Robinhood, it might be worth keeping an eye on Robinhood, because they just seem to have shown signs of wanting to trade well at random times. So I'm keeping them closer. I'm watching them a little more closely than I had previously.
Yeah, I do like Robinhood in the way they trade, man. I'll put it. I got Rivian so far. I am gonna add Robinhood here as well, and yeah, then probably gonna fill up with usual suspects like Tesla, PLTR, NVDA. SpaceX was an amazing short yesterday, so we might look at what's going on there. And look at the daily on SpaceX, by the way. Did hold this 150. We're watching this. I think it did go lower today, right? It went below that 150. But man, throughout the entire day yesterday, that 150 was a place of a lot of support for SpaceX. So I want to see what it does today. I am going to add it to the list. I want to see if it's able to bounce back, or are we going to go lower and retest that 148.20 is the low from this pre-market. It's the lowest they have. No, they've been lower. They've been to 147. So 147 has been the lowest since they actually opened up a few weeks back. So let's see what happens. See what happens with SpaceX. So Rivian Hood, SpaceX for me at the moment. All right, let's look at our friends here on YouTube. We kind of went over a gap upping. what's just happened here? Our gap ups is growing quickly. But before we get to some levels, friends, what do you guys like this morning? Let's take a look at some of the tickers you guys have on deck, and then we'll start to wrap this up and get our levels in place and get ready for the market open in just a couple of minutes here. So let's see here. Hood we have on deck. That's good. Baba. We spoke about Baba earlier today. I will add it to my secondary list. I think it is in play. You did get a nice gap up here with the way things are going as far as geopolitical news and things like that. So yeah, I'll add it to my temporary on my secondary list. Let's see what happens with it. Right now, again, it has not been trading all that well, but I think today they have a nice gap up. I think they'll be in play today, so I think it's worth watching. Right, and I guess I mentioned before, one of my favorite tickers to trade when it comes to the Chinese stocks. You can look at JD; it's also on the list, and some other one as well. But I think Baba looks the best with the nicest volume. Continuing down the list, Apple. Apple finally broke out yesterday. Took me a bit. I did get back in for the second time here. We did get 314, so we made some of the losses back. Not all, some of the losses. And today, pre-market's not giving you much, right? And usually, typically, Apple doesn't give you much pre-market. But man, it was so tough yesterday. I don't know. Do I want to go through that again, Peter? Do I want to put myself in that situation with Apple? It was such a tough trader. So I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, you remember yesterday morning you were talking about wanting to avoid Intel, and then you were watching Intel. So
Yeah,
I don't.
yeah, I know.
So
I know.
Apple can be a lot like Intel at times, right? Where like sometimes it'll move. Now Apple at least moves well, I would say more often than Intel does, in my opinion. But yeah, it's hit or miss, Carlos. It's a
Yeah,
tough thing, right? And Apple was doing yesterday. It was doing it was zigging while the market was zagging. It loves to do that. Where like
yes,
I've
that's the
never, I don't know
opposite,
why.
inverse. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, it'll move the other way. The market was dropping, and Apple's like, yeah, I can go higher, but then then in short bursts, it's like, oh, but I'm really tired and I don't want to. And I mean, it did you
Oh,
dirty though on that trade.
sure did,
So
man. Sure did. Like right when I get out, that's when the bounce came in,
yeah,
like immediately, like to the penny almost. So yeah.
that sort of sucked.
Um, so on Apple, yeah, I'm not sure on it. I mean, we'll bring it out throughout the day, anyway. So I don't have to add it to my primary list, but it'll be on here. I think Hood looks good today. So you got the daily looking very nice. We'll see if the news or whatever's going on, especially if you look at Marin, some other Bitcoin. I know it's not a Bitcoin stock itself, but it is related to it. Some of those other companies are also getting more volume. They're down this morning. And when that's in play, usually I go to Hood as my favorite one to look at. I think it's Hood and Coin. It's funny. The ones that are not really the holders. They're kind of like the dealers. Can actually trade
Oh,
very well, right? So
the dealers.
yeah,
Okay.
they're involved. They're not not the product, but they're dealing it. So it could be
All right, that's one way to look at it.
yeah, it's one way to look at it.
We're
Um,
using we're using drug trade terminology now to
you
figure out
know,
where how things work.
yeah,
Well,
how
hey,
things
look,
work.
there's if you watch any North American cop or action show, then that's we're all familiar with how that works.
Yeah. I was thinking
So,
dealer about poker. I don't know where Peter's
oh,
mind
okay.
is.
Oh,
I was
I
thinking
thought you meant you were going
poker
dealers.
dealing.
I thought you
I'm
meant
kidding.
like street
I'm,
dealers.
no, I'm
Oh,
kidding.
maybe
I'm definitely talking
maybe
about
I've got the problem.
that.
Maybe I'm the one that's got the problem.
I don't know what dealing you're talking about, Peter, but no, all
Yeah.
good
Okay.
friends. So yeah, so that's why I have Hood. Question why I had Hood this morning on the list, and then of course, you guys know we love watching Tesla. Again, not always great, but lately they have been again moving pretty aggressive. Yesterday, nice sell-off, like many things. This is one that sold off pretty nice. And if you look at the daily, look at the couple of last days, how wide these daily candles are. I mean, yesterday was the least widest, but widest candle. But look at that. I mean, this is pretty big moves you're getting here. So I'm gonna add it again. I think when the market's doing what it's doing, Tesla can trade very well. So I'm gonna go with that Rivian Hood, SpaceX, and Tesla right now. One last one. Then we'll head over to our community events and announcements. AVGO this morning we are pretty much flat, down almost 1%. We're trying to recover. 937,000 shares traded. No, that's not the AVGO. Hold on. Hey, that's Tesla. AVGO is up 1%, 700,000 shares traded. So AVGO here, yeah, you are getting some action on AVGO. I know we had some news a couple of days ago. They were partnering up with someone. Don't quote them, but I know they had some news that kind of was good for them, not so much for the other company because the other company was huge. It might have been Google or one of those big guys. But anyways, they're moving here. Looks interesting. AVGO could be a little bit tricky to trade. I will put them on a secondary list just to come back to them and see what's going on there. But look at that, red to green right now, up 1.3. Could be interesting.
Yeah, they did announce that they've got a $30 billion deal. It could be worth more than 30 billion when it's all said and done. Deal with Apple to
Right,
supply
right.
them custom chips.
Yeah, that's what it
So
was. Yeah, thank you for reminding me.
yeah,
Yeah, so and it's funny when that information came out, they didn't really move all that much, right? Because I think it came out a few days ago, but maybe now
yeah.
this the reaction comes in.
Well,
Who knows?
yeah, it could be. You could be right, Carlos, because it's one of the few things that is gapping up. And this is an expansion. The full. This is not the announcement of the full $30 billion deal. They just expanded a previously announced deal. So, but it
Yeah.
shows that there's continued growth and demand here. So, I don't know. Broadcom is another tough one. There's a lot of that are tough to trade out there. Broadcom is another one of them,
Yeah.
in my
And
opinion.
that's the only reason I'm putting it on my secondary because this looks great. Like this pre-market action. If it was not AVGO, if it was not Broadcom, it'll be on the primary list. But these guys, they're tough at the open. So yeah, we'll keep on the sidelines just to make sure we'll keep an eye on and see what's going on. All right, friends. I got my list ready, and Apple. Although I don't have it on my list yet, we're gonna look at Apple. I'm sure a lot of you guys watch Apple. Um, Peter's gonna be probably watching Apple one of his slides screen, so we'll keep an eye
Yeah.
on it. We'll keep an
I
eye on
always
it.
keep it there. I mean, I won't be watching it too closely, but
Right.
certainly, it'll be there.
Yeah, we'll
It'll
tune
be
into
there.
it to see what it's doing against the market because it's just funny that way. All right, friends, let's head over to bearabletraders.com. If you click on webinars, you can see what's coming up for the week. Today is Wednesday, so happy Wednesday to you guys over on YouTube. Make sure you hit that thumbs up. We'd appreciate it. And Peter's gonna let you know what's happening for our psychology day.
Yeah, so it is a Wednesday, which means Wisdom Wednesday. We like to focus on on our psychology offerings, and make sure that you sort of focus on yourself, on your mental well-being, because frankly, trading is much more a mental activity than it is a technical one, and you need to really focus in. Tonight, we've got our signature webinar happening at 8 o'clock tonight. Wesley is going to take the stage, and he's going to talk about mental resilience, right? How we go through a lot of the same patterns over and over again, and we need to pay attention to that. So, and how do we manage and deal with that? It's like he says here, same symptoms, different journeys. It's never exactly the same. So you can convince yourself it's a new problem every time, but often it has a common root. So how do you get to the root of that and really deal with the core issues? Trust me, I, like almost every trader, has had to deal with some root issues. That's one of the things that you need to get to on your own. So tonight at 8 o'clock, we will pay attention to that, and hopefully, if you want to, you will join as an elite member. Now, how do you become an elite member to get all that? Well, you join with one of our membership options. BearableTraders.com. Scroll down, you can see the different membership options. And one thing that I'm just noticing on these is that they're not clear, but all of these membership options that you're seeing here, the elite, the career, the inner circle, they absolutely do include unlimited. They include access to the chat room, right?
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So
Yeah. All of them
it's got the
include that.
chat
Yeah.
room, but then they also throw in the P Capital access. They throw in access to all the webinars that we were just talking about and the service that you've got. So the different levels just give you different lengths of access. Obviously, the inner circle being the most expansive one that gives you lifetime access. It's the best deal if you're looking to do this for the long term, which we hope you are. But that's up to you. If you just want to start and see what it's like, start with the elite, and then you can see if it's right for you and go from there. But otherwise, yeah, you might want to consider one of the other membership levels, career or inner circle. So take advantage of that. I know we had a question here just a few minutes ago that was being asked. Does it include the chat room? And I can confirm absolutely it does. So
Yeah. Yeah. You can see it here, right?
so there.
This is all that's included, and then the next one, everything in elite is included, and then everything in career is included, right? So it just kind of
Right.
includes everything that's there, right? So yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Sweet.
So there you go. So yeah, so take advantage. Hopefully we'll see you there. Don't forget, just to help us out here on this YouTube channel, if you can give us a thumbs up and a like, we appreciate that. It makes us feel all tingly, and it helps us give stuff away. Today, we're going to give stuff away. We're going to give some stuff away.
We're doing it
It's
today.
interesting for
Yes.
us. If I could just, this is a market comment because we notice that there's always ebbs and flows of people joining, and we say this all the time. When the market is like running, that's when so many people want to investigate trading, right, and want to be part of the markets. And we see an increase in viewership, and people show up and they're like, "Yay, what's going on?" Before the SpaceX IPO, right? That got headlines. People who knew nothing about trading were interested and were aware that SpaceX was going to IPO. People that probably didn't even know what an IPO was were getting involved because SpaceX grabbed such big news, right? And that happens. But the best time to learn to trade and the best time to be trading is right now, right? When you get the quiet times, when you get the times when you don't have those big headline news, because those big headline news items skew the markets and it actually makes the market less predictable. So this is actually the best time to figure out how to trade the market and how to learn the market, in my opinion. And we've seen it time and again where often the people that trade best over the long term are those that are paying attention right now. So if you're here listening, you're in the right place and at the right time, because this is the time to really focus on your trading and learn the key skills that are going to carry you through all market conditions and allow you to trade profitably over the long term. So that's my opinion.
Absolutely, man. Fully agree. All right, friends, we are ready. 14 and a half minutes to the market open. Let's get going and put some levels in place here. So I'm just writing my tickers in here. SP. Oh, what the heck happened?
I don't know.
That's not good. Why did my platform close?
Uh-oh. What happened?
That's not.
You
I
shut
don't
it
know.
down?
I didn't like that. I was typing SPCX and it closed. Why would it do that?
I don't
Did
know.
I? You know what? Did I hit shift? I do that sometimes, man. That's one of the dangerous things about typing in. Like if you forget, you don't have to put in capital letters, but sometimes I do it. I'll hit shift, and that could create a problem. So maybe I hit shift close. The shift C close. I have to investigate that later. All right, let's continue. That's never happened before. This thing never closes on me. All right, hood SPCX. I won't be surprised if it's something to do with an X there. And then BABA we have in our secondary list. I'm just writing it here so I could do some levels easy for it. And then BABA on the secondary list. All right. So Rivian, Hood, SpaceX, and Tesla. Let's start with Rivian this morning. It's the first one on my primary list. And if we move here to the bigger time frame, we do have our low of the pre-market down at 1560. So we'll mark that there. The high of the pre-market is going to be over at 1630 again. So this thing moved pretty good yesterday. Let's see if that can continue today, as they're trying to kind of hold things off here. So they have some kind of buyback, right? Some not buyback, sorry. They have a offering of shares, which is driving them lower. So we'll see if they can hold the line here. 1455, also a good level there on the daily. And right over here, we have 1424. I think it's worth marking. And then highs and lows of the last two trading days towards the top. Though, although once we get above the previous day close here, the next level is 18. I think you do have an area right in between here, around 17, 12 maybe. You got a couple of days slamming into that, using that support and resistance. Might as well mark that down just in case you do go back up to that 17, 12 area. All right, next is going to be Hood. So if we look at Hood here, low of the pre-market is going to be 106.61. And then below that, we do have 101.87. And just in case, I don't think this will be a stretch, 96.84. Just in case. Towards the top, the high of the pre-market is pretty much slamming into everything here. The previous day close, the highs and lows for the last two trading days. I don't think you really need to add anything else in there. I think you are set when it comes to Hood. Just add the high and the low, and for the most part, you're pretty good. Here's SpaceX, and definitely you're going to be good on levels here. Just going to put in the high and the low. The high 152.53, the low 148.20, and then you really don't have a lot of levels below this area. And we've been trying to hold this, we'll call it 149ish, 148, 148.50 level or so. So we've been trying to hold this here, and let's see. We're trying to do that again this morning. Let's see if SpaceX is able to do that. But man, what a great short yesterday going into after the market open. So we'll see what it does today. Very easy on levels as we don't have a whole lot of history. Here's Tesla. Someone asked me later, is Tesla going back up to 420? Who knows? Who knows? But this stock is trading pretty good. Like, it might take a bit to get going, but if you look at the data in the last 3 days, last week or so, it's been moving very actively. So 395.99 is the low here on Tesla. The high is 403.75. And once you do that, you're pretty much set. You have a lot of levels from the last 2 trading days, kind of surrounding most of the price action there. You might need to add something to the top here because I don't see a whole lot before we get to the 420 area. 412.15 is the place I identify with the most hits, right? Before we get to this 420, which is the high, close to the high from yesterday, the high before that. So I think you're pretty good. 412.15 is a good level to have on there. All right, Peter, that's my list of Rivian, Hood, SpaceX, and Tesla. What is our team watching this morning?
Yeah, they're starting to put their list together. Kyle is going to be watching Hood, SpaceX, and Tesla. Mike is just keeping a focus on SpaceX today. He's also going to watch, of course, the futures contracts. He loves the futures. The MESU6 is specifically what he's going to be watching. And of course, the scanners to see what's moving. For myself, I got the usual suspects of Tesla, AMD, and NVIDIA. Carlos, you mentioned Apple. So what the heck? I'll watch Apple. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm also going to keep an eye on Rocket Lab and Novartis. Those are 2 that we talked about this morning. We'll just see what they do, and we'll see if they move. So I don't have big hope. I'll probably end up back with my usuals, but that's what I've got. Andrew's not in the room yet, hasn't put his list together. He's still got another 9 minutes. Why would he? He's a just-in-time type of guy. So he'll get there and he'll get it going, but not quite yet. So that's what we got so far. Let's this market, like I said, I'm feeling there's some room to go higher, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens together.
We sure will.
It's Vancouver time also. Yeah, he's just living in Vancouver time. Yeah.
Let's get everything together. We got a couple of minutes here to the open. Any questions, guys? We got a little bit of time. We're ahead of schedule, actually. We did our levels. We got our watch list set. Any questions that we might get into? Any comments? Peter, any rants? When's the last time we had a rant?
I'm on mute. I sort of had a rant about cars a little bit earlier. I feel like I've exhausted that one.
Yeah, well, I didn't take that as a rant. It was more like that was too factual. I was like, this car sucks, man. Like, what?
Yeah. Okay.
There's no
All
controversy there. I don't think it was very.
All right. Well,
man.
then I guess I don't really have any.
How do I
any rants.
200? I like this question. How do I 200x my account overnight? Man, just go all in on one of these low flow stocks. I think you could do it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a 10% chance.
I was going to say exactly. It's 5 to 10% chance that will 200 fold your account. You got to go all in on a low float, and the great, it's a good likelihood you will have no money by the end of the day, and a 5 to 10% chance that you'll get 200x. So,
there you go.
How do we decide whether to go long or short? Well, I mean, look, it's all based on what the stock is doing and the price action. I mean, we watch not only the stock price movement, we watch the chart, but we also watch. Carlos and I both like to use the Atlas tool, which is basically it's an order visualization tool as part of the trading terminal platform. And Atlas sort of gives us a view as to where the orders are sitting, and that's important because those orders are future stock transactions, right? They're ones that haven't yet happened. It's just the market indicating where they likely would like to buy or sell stock. So it's equivalent to the level 2 that you would get on your most platforms, but it just puts it in a more visual format. And that gives us an indication, is the stock likely to go higher or lower? If there's a lot more orders positioned below the active price, the current price, then it's more likely to go lower. If there's a bunch of orders placed above, it's likely to go higher. But then you have to combine that with what is the stock doing, what is the market doing overall. I'm short biased, so I'm always looking for a short trade. Whereas Carlos, I would say you're long biased, right? You primarily look for long trades.
Yeah, primarily I
So
like long trades. But
yeah,
we've done both, but primarily I feel more comfortable with the long. I want to say so. It feels that way at least. But again, I ran my numbers, Peter, and it's pretty down the line. Like it's pretty even when I actually look at how many shorts I take to how many longs as far as actual trades. Right, it's pretty even. So, um, but yeah, not a
yeah.
big difference. I'm sure for your sport, is this ballpark? What 80% short or more? Do you think for you?
Mm. Uh, yeah. Actually, probably it is about 80-20.
Right?
It really is, and I don't know why. That's just how I'm much more comfortable taking a short trade than a long trade. So
Yeah.
I really just sort of seek them out. There's no there's no logic to it. I can't say that they work better necessarily. They're just what I prefer.
Yeah.
So
Man, we got this wick on Rivian messing things up here. I hate when this happens. I wish I could cut it off myself. But it just throws off like the whole pre-market vibe here in the way it was trading, right? Because it went up all into 1650. So, you know, it is what it is. But I don't like when that happens. It kind of throws off the way that stock has been trading. Not that it has been doing a whole lot because it's been pretty much stuck in a range. But look how it is squishes the candles here, right? So whatever, we'll won't let it beat us up too bad. The hit rate is about the same, and Patrick. And I actually thought that the short, though I feel like I take less shorts, which I technically don't. I thought the shorts made more money because when it goes shorts, it feels like it goes down a lot faster, but it's not the case. It's not the case. Actually, I do better with longs as far as P&L wise. So, but I thought for some reason shorts were more profitable, and I don't know why. I just thought they did. But it's so funny, man. When you think you know what you know, and when you look at the data, you're like, yeah, your data and what you feel are two different things, right? Here's the facts. So it's about half, man. It's pretty even. I do know Mondays are my worst trading days. I'll tell you that much. P&L wise, I should just take off Mondays. So Mondays are not good for me.
oh
Some
no,
people it's
yeah. See, I don't.
Fridays, Mondays for
Yeah.
some reason, and not that you should put too much weight into this data, but it's when you do your journal, like when you upload everything, it's there. And for some reason, Mondays is the day that I do the worst. I don't know if it's coming off the weekend. I don't know what it is, but uh,
Hmm.
I wouldn't put too much weight on all this data stuff. Don't get too crazy with it. I think the more data you look at, when you overanalyze, you probably make the thing happen, right? Because it's all in your head. So you probably make it come true. So don't do too much of that. Joe Joe says you don't get too much feel for the week. Yes, it's like having less candles, right? When coming in on a Monday. Not that it should matter for day trading, but I get what you're saying. 3-day weekends are the best. Yeah. Let's have a green day, everyone. Take your time. Yes, Candy, let's do that. Let's take our time as we are close to the open here, friends. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't done so. If you're new to the channel, subscribe. And make sure you join us. We're on every single day live, trading the market open. So make sure you join us here. Brian's in chat, ready to go. I see him there.
You got 2 minutes.
Because Mondays suck. That is it. That is all. I actually look forward to Mondays and trading. Not as much as I used to, but I look forward to trading. I like trading. But if there's family over and we're having fun and everybody else is off on Monday, yeah, trading takes the back seat. No question. Family over everything, guys. Family over everything.
Absolutely. All right. Let me, I got to switch my platform over. Let's get ready. It's time.
Yes, Frank, it's time, as Peter says, to get your affairs in order. 100%.
Everybody wants
Get
to
them in
hear that
order.
now, Carlos.
It just became a thing.
It's the quote. Yeah. It's now you're
Oh,
like, what are your catchphrase?
it's a catchphrase tagline. Yes,
Yeah, your tagline. You gotta.
there it is.
People can't get their day started unless they hear you say, "Get your affairs in order."
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Let's do it.
All right. What can I I'll put this over here? Uh,
Space is
what
doing
do I
some
do?
stuff.
All right.
Not in love with my list, though, man. I am not in love with the list.
No, neither am I.
Andrew in chat, getting ready to rock and roll. PLTR
Yep.
for him, SpaceX, Tesla, AVGO, NVIDIA.
Yep.
I don't know.
Brian actually posted his list too. He's looking at Tesla and
Yeah.
Micron. He's gonna be watching Mike. I don't like Micron, but
No, I don't.
I'll let him watch it. SpaceX. Everybody wants to watch SpaceX today. All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Here's the bell.
Here we go.
Here's the bell. Oof.
Here we go, friends. Let's see where it all goes. Dum, dum, dum. How do you read trading terminal? What exactly? Trading terminal. What exactly? There? Market Atlas, you mean? Probably. We can go once we get a little past the open here. We can go into it a little bit. But there are good videos too. But I'm assuming you mean trading terminal. I'm sorry. Sorry. I'm assuming you mean Market Atlas, right? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We can look at that in a second. But first, let's lock in, friends, on where the action is.
There's a lot more orders to the top side. AMD looks like it's poised to move higher. All the semis sort of popped up. Well, not all of them, but most of them popped up here at the open. Got
Yeah.
all right. I have no open trade, so I don't have anything that took off for me. AMD about to go green. Is it? Is it going to do it?
MU has gone crazy. Let's take a look. MU. Yeah, MU. You know what? Brian is right with MU. This stock is just so wild.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
There you
it
go.
has gone crazy.
AMD got green. So
AMD pushing higher.
wow. Andrew's going short on SpaceX. SpaceX does.
Let's see how that does. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
MU. Look at Baba dropping here. Tesla doing some stuff. What's the market up to? Market is just quiet right now. Good. Good potential 5-minute ORB. It's got a nice little, 1-minute ORB. Got a nice little setup. A little bit of some buying pressure up here as well. It's looking nice. Don't normally trade the 1-minute ORB, but this is looking okay on the patterns here.
Yeah, SpaceX is an interesting animal here. Andrew's short SpaceX, but it's like you said, it's holding above the VWAP here. I mean, I'm looking at the Atlas, and all the orders are to the downside. 150 and lower is pretty much where all the orders are, and yet it's once again getting the support where it's coming out of nowhere. It's like it's just holding the price. Yeah, I don't know. I was tempted to join Andrew on the short on SpaceX, but I don't typically short above the VWAP. So I'm glad I hesitated because I mean, it could still drop, but it's
Yeah.
uncertain as to what's going to happen. All right, so uh, keeping an eye on things here.
A couple of seconds to the 5-minute ORB. I like the way Rivian is setting up for the 5-minute ORB. Hood set up pretty well for the 1-minute ORB, but again, that's not something I trade, so that's why I didn't take that trade. But here, Rivian, if I take this, I'm zooming in a lot. I'm taking that candle out of the way so we could see a better chart. This could be a nice one. It's above the VWAP. Had a great sell-off yesterday. I don't want to jump the gun and get in before the 5-minute range. I can come back and bite you, but we're still in good range. This is literally like 9 cents, so that's not a big deal, right? That's not gonna burn you here on Rivian. Here it is. So we have our 5-minute ORB. SPY's doing some funky stuff, selling down. I'm just looking at the SPY to make sure this is not going to be a thing where we go towards the low and then we start, messing things up. I don't think it is. All right. Let's go ahead. We're going to try space. Oh, not SpaceX, Rivian. Oh. Not gonna lie, the SPY is holding me back from joining this trade. It shouldn't though. But look at the way it's dropping, man. We saw what happened yesterday. What is your plans? All right, we're going in. All right, the SPY is not gonna have a huge sell-off. All right, so I like Rivian here. 5-minute ORB, friends. Here's what it looks like on the 5-minute chart, right? So it looks a little bit better. The 1-minute kind of messed up a bit here, but here's the 5-minute range. I'm looking for it to continue to break up above the high of the previous day close here, above the VWAP, So see if we can hold that. And as that is doing that, let's see what else we have. AMD, Peter, I know you're watching. They go green, but did not do much after that.
It's watching Microsoft. It's watching Microsoft, sort of looking for it to break down. I like my short trades. We were just talking about that. So,
Okay.
but I didn't get in early enough. The Atlas really supported a short trade. It's coming back now to retest the VWAP. We'll see what it does here, but there still might be a short trade in this. Don't.
Which one you said? Which one?
Microsoft.
Okay. Yep. I'm long Rivian, guys. So I'm long Rivian looking for the break. The next level I have is 1630. So here's my entry. Let me zoom in. There's my entry. Stop loss. This hack doesn't move a whole lot.
There we go.
I do.
Okay, so
1565.
So Microsoft broke the pattern that I was looking for, so that's a no trade for me. It's moved up higher, so stayed out of trouble there. So that's good. Good decision making. I just waited. I waited to see if it was going to retest and fail. If it retested and failed at VWAP, then there might have been a short. In this case, it's just too choppy, right? Like it looks like it's just hasn't made up its mind as to what it wants to do. So now I was generally right. Remember, I said I was long biased in the semis today versus short yesterday, and so far they've generally moved up. The best of them is actually Micron.
MU, it's a huge move up into the green.
Brian was trading that, so he got a move on it. So credit to him, but I'm just watching.
Andre, I've been trying to give away a funded account since last week. So we give it away when we get to 500 likes. We give it away to everyone. But we've been trying to give one away since last week, the week before, and we haven't had no way to get to 500. I think a lot of people are just out on vacation, right? This is the season where people are enjoying their family stuff like that. So there's less viewership. We'll find a way to give it away today. We'll get creative. Um, Maybe we'll go
The
back
markets
to
typically see a lull in the
yeah,
summer, right? Which means
yeah.
that, we get people here too that are, like I said, enjoying their summer. That's okay. Nothing
Cancel.
wrong with that. But there is trading. Like I said, there is good trading out there. So
These machines are always listening, man. I tell you. I don't know what I said that triggered. Is that? I think that's the Google one. It got triggered. I don't know how. And something about some request. I'm like, cancel. Okay, I've canceled the previous request. I'm like, I don't even know what I requested, but yeah, cancel that. I'll be sending stuff from Amazon by a bunch of
yeah.
I don't know crap.
Train, I do not like your idea. That is not something we want to do.
What is Train suggesting we do here?
Make Peter eat
Oh,
another Twinkie.
yeah, it's not something Peter's gonna
I don't think that drove
do
viewership.
willingly. Yeah,
And people eat those things like again, like
I
by
don't think they're as
choice.
popular as they used to be. I don't know anyone that eats a Twinkie. I
Uh,
don't think they even had them like that anymore. Like remember when we grew up, this thing in the bodega, the corner store, you went there and it was like the whole row, the front row of the aisle, like a whole the middle section. And I was a child, so I was lower at that time. The middle section was all just it was in your face. I don't see that anymore. You know,
uh,
couldn't miss it. And I
uh,
used to love those things, Peter. I'm not gonna lie, those things were great. Um,
Jeez. I guess I'm not familiar with them, so I didn't have that
mm,
childhood, association because
yeah,
I'd never had any. But oof,
even a pack of
having one
two.
as an adult, that was uh
Um,
that was a mistake.
yeah,
And I'll eat a lot
nah,
of crappy stuff, but that Twinkie
yeah,
was not my favorite.
yeah. Now I don't know if things change over the years, right? Companies get bought and sold, blah blah blah, new owners. I don't know if the taste is the same as it was when I was a kid. I haven't had one in years. So I should have one to see if the taste was the same.
Maybe you should make Carlos eat one. Yeah, let's see if it brings back childhood memories or if you question
Disgusted.
you question you know you question your life.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, friends. Patron, you know what? This doesn't move a whole lot. Like we're moving up to 16 here, but we're only up like 15 cents. So I want to try to hold off to a little bit higher. I would love 16.30. I think that makes this trade worth the effort. But we'll take what we can get. So it's trending nicely. No reason for us to jump ship or do anything crazy right now. Market is going higher, so it's not going against us. But I didn't realize how slow of a mover this is as far as price wise. Right, look at this. We're only in 15 cents here. So it's not. I didn't take enough shares to make 15 cents a good thing. We used to before with MU and AMD. Oh, we look forward for that 30 cents, 15 cents out of MU and AMD. And that will make the day. But now stocks give you dollar and a half, too. It's crazy. So yeah, so we want to make it worth something here. Um, so what I'm looking for right now is I want to see that it keeps the trend, right? That's one. If it starts falling apart, we'll definitely take a part. So I want to see if it keeps the trend and if we can get to 1620, 1630 would be great. And anywhere in this area, we'll take a part. So if it keeps trending nicely, we'll be even more patient. But we'll see. It's moving in our direction right now. So that's good. We'll see what it does here.
Wow,
What
this
else, friends?
SpaceX has really just gone sideways
Oh,
today.
this is ugly.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
yuck.
pretty ugly.
That
That
does not
is
look
for
good
sure.
at all. All right, Hood 1603. on hoods. Just watching it here under the screen. Coming back down, 1598. Um, not moving, 1595 on Rivian. Searching to see what else we can dabble with here, friends. This is a slow move. Rivian's moving very slow. Nothing like yesterday on Rivian today. That's for sure. Yesterday was rocking. Well, not up because rocking is usually up, right? Not usually. You don't think when you say rocking, you don't think short, do you? You think long, right?
Yeah, I guess. Does that mean rolling is down? You're rocking and rolling?
It was rolling.
That would sort of make sense.
Sort of makes sense, yeah. Raven was rolling yesterday. Yeah, that actually does make sense.
Not that we use that terminology
no,
exactly.
not at all. Doesn't even sound that good when you say it. Listen. Doesn't come off the tongue well. All right, pulling back down to the 9. Spies looking to make a new high and keep going. Rivian is just struggling to give us anything here. Hood sideways after a little bit of a pop. SpaceX nothing. Tesla above the VWAP.
Yeah.
Not sure what it wants to do here. Baba. Ooh, Baba above the VWAP as well.
CoreWeave is moving well. It started pre-market and just sort of continued once the market open hit. So it's rocking.
It's rocking. Not a lot of stuff rolling today. A lot of stuff are rocking. Or
also the quantum sector sort of moved up as a group today. QBTS, Rigetti, QUBT, INFQ, they all sort of moved together a little bit higher. That's a sector that those are a bunch of stocks that tend to move together unless there's something very specific going on. But I'm just scanning through the different things that I've got on my list here to see where there might be an opportunity.
Yeah.
See, SpaceX finally broke. It wasn't predictable. This is the move I was looking for in SpaceX that I know Andrew was also looking for, but
yeah, the drop, yeah, it's a nice drop.
But it wasn't predictable.
But it never really settled below the VWAP. I know that's what you didn't get in. Like it never really
right, exactly
settled down below it. So,
yep.
All right, SpaceX back to 16. And let's see if we can get going here. Oh wow! So SpaceX is going lower and lower. Does anybody fall for this? Does anybody actually look at this and say, "Hey, I'm gonna click on this and find out if I can buy"? And like, do you pay attention to this, guys? I just want to know because I look at this, I'm like immediately I don't even read it or care. But I guess these guys spend their time. I don't say waste, right? Because they spend their time doing this. I guess it's worth it something to them. I just want to know how I understand how the system works. But I think everyone here is smart enough to know that this is not gonna work.
Yeah, I guess they get enough people that will pay attention that it makes it worthwhile.
Look at that. He joined an account 3 days ago. So clearly this week account will get caught and blocked eventually. So he keeps just redoing new accounts. Is that worth it? Like what can I get out of this? Like can I even click anywhere? You can even click anywhere. I don't understand the process. I really don't.
SpaceX moved through that 150 level again. I think that level's very important. We got to watch that. If it, bunch of orders. Oh, Andrew wasn't afraid. He chased that thing. He chased that lower. Mm.
They just need a few to succeed, I guess. But I mean, if there was a link you could click, I get it. There's not even a link you can click. So who's actually going to go and research and say, oh, yeah, I'm going to do this? By the way, let me go back and block that gentleman. Doesn't make sense. All right, back and forth from Rivian. We are still trying to get it to go higher. SPY selling off. We got a couple of points here. Since we can take off if the SPY is going to do something drastic. Oh, whoa. Look at SpaceX. Look at SPY. I'm going to get out of Rivian. I think I'm going to get out of Rivian. You know what? It's not moving.
It's pretty slow, isn't it?
It's pretty slow. I don't like what the SPY is projecting. Look at Andrew scalping SpaceX.
Yeah,
Like a
no.
champ. Yeah, it's not moving. And it's just going to get out. If it does anything great, we'll get back in it. But this is too slow. We made a couple of bucks. Nothing to go home and brag to mom about. But it's, yeah, we're out. Doesn't make sense. Not doing anything. All right, let's find something else. SpaceX, a nice drop there on SpaceX. So Andrew got in 150.40. He got in right in this area, rode down. Got heavy too. This got in heavy. And then partial. So he is
Pretty
still
heavy.
in it. Ooh, added some more. You guys got to see this in chat. I'm doing the play-by-play for you. It's not the same. You got to join the chat room so you can see this live. It's incredible to see. So head over to beveltraders.com. You can see Andrew trade SpaceX live right now as he adds to his short. Yeah, Rivian, you know what? Rivian has such a great day yesterday. I thought we were going to get at least half of what they did yesterday, but I didn't realize how slow they were. I mean, Nvidia's not doing anything. I would have jumped on the gun here, but yeah, Rivian's just not doing it. Oh, very glad with that decision. Rivian goes right down. It's, again, just the market putting pressure too doesn't help. This market, Peter, lately, the last couple of weeks, if you're not in like minute one, you're done. That's it. It doesn't feel that way. Like if you're not in minute, 9:31:05, the move is done, and then we're just going sideways trying to figure out the rest of the day. That's not fun. I'll tell you that is not fun for me as a breakout trader. That's no bueno. It is
Yeah, it
not
doesn't
cool.
make for as good. Now, there have been some decent trades out there, but you're right. It's been a little more challenging.
Yeah, man.
So,
Baba on the move here. Nice jump. Can you let me know which chat is Andrew in? Yeah, Andrew's in our Bearbush Traders chat room, right? So if you go to bearbush.traders.com and you look at all the packages there, include the chat room, which is here. You can see Andrew and Brian trade live every morning, and you can see the rest of the moderators throughout the day, courses, classes, a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, man, it's monster trade on SpaceX here for Andrew, and he's still in short. And this is a big level too. I feel like if SpaceX goes below that, we might see a nice little flush lower. So we'll see what happens. Rick, it just feels that way, man. It feels, and it wasn't like that about 4 weeks ago. We are getting a lot of moves throughout the middle of the morning. A lot of great VWAP breakouts, but now it's like minute 1 or 2, get in, or you're gonna wait until the next setup shows up. And man, that's not good for me. It's not the way I trade. Here's AMD. Oh, Microsoft back below the VWAP. I love the risk reward here on Microsoft, especially if we're going to be
Yeah,
seeing weakness coming out of
Microsoft
the
again.
SPY.
What I've been watching all morning here, and it's got downside orders 380 as you would expect. The whole dollar number is where it seems to be loaded, but it hasn't been aggressive and moving. So I don't like that.
Yeah. Question: why did Andrew trade SpaceX? I wasn't hearing him when he was calling it out, but I think the first trade was probably 1 minute ORB. Sure, that didn't work. But the second trade was clearly momentum play, man. I mean, the SPY dropping, SpaceX reacting. He saw an opportunity, good risk reward, get in quickly, get out quickly, and that's what he did. So that was a very, from my point of view, without knowing what he was, how he called it out and how he was looking at it, it looked like just like a quick scalp into the momentum play with the SPY backing up the short, right? The sell off. So that's how I see it. But again, when he comes on later, he can explain it. I could be completely
Yeah, I
off, and maybe
think.
he did see something.
Well, I mean, largely it was based on what he saw yesterday, with it selling off into the close. He was just sort of short bias on it, and frankly, the level two supported that. I was watching it as well, and it looked like SpaceX. Like I said, there's a whole bunch of orders at 150 down to 148, so it definitely looked like it wanted to go short, but it was holding that VWAP for a while. So, anyways, he went in before it became obvious that it was chopping around. He got out and then got distracted because he was trading Micron to the long side. And then when he, looked back, it was starting to drop. And he's not afraid to chase things when they start to drop, which I got to give him credit. Like I was watching it as well, but
Yeah.
I saw it drop. But again, that move wasn't predictable till it happened because it had been chopping in a range. You had to wait for it to break out below the range, which once it did very aggressively and moved very quickly. So I was sort of distracting myself by watching both Microsoft, well, a lot of things: Microsoft, SpaceX, Micron, AMD. It's trying to keep an eye on all of them at the same time, which means they didn't react very quickly. So I didn't
Mm.
get the trade.
Yep. Yep.
So a lot of sideways movement here, Carlos. I don't blame you for getting out of Rivian. It really hasn't done
Yeah.
much.
It's
So,
on anything. Yeah. Look at it.
you've been picking them recently, haven't you? You're
Yeah.
picking
Yeah.
all the stuff that's like just moving
Oh,
sideways.
sideways, man. It's just unbelievable. I'm telling you. So look at that. Look at that. Um. But yeah, even like my entire list besides SpaceX on this beautiful drop that took place 9:44. Dude, everything is sideways. Tesla doing some stuff now, breaking down lower. That's good. Oil numbers in 4 minutes. All right, we'll see what the
Yeah.
oil looks like.
No. Well, coil inventories come out at 10:30. That's what I've got.
All right, David. So a little bit later, 10:30. Boom, boom. This market is struggling. Doesn't know to go higher or low. Yeah, it's yeah, got mixed signals for sure. You consider the pre-market Nvidia did almost an entire ATR. If I consider Nvidia, yeah, it did move quite a bit pre-market. Look like the drop and recovery here. Yeah. Yes, indeed. All right, let's see where else we can find another trade. Let's see what else we can find here. All right, searching. What's the next one?
SpaceX is back above the VWAP. It looks like SpaceX is again like I'm surprised at how sort of stable it's become. It doesn't. I mean, yes, it's made moves, but they're not big moves. I thought it would be a little more volatile.
SpaceX.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If you look at the daily, you could tell it's been pretty stable.
Mhm.
And we had the first initial madness, and then since then, I mean, yes, we're getting a couple of sell-offs the last couple of days, but it's still within like a very tight range, right? It's not what you would
Yep.
expect out of a such highly anticipated ticker. Hood, you know what? I almost took a 1 minute ORB on a hood here, but it's just, man, that's not my strategy, right? I don't trade in. I don't trade enough to be confident with the trade, to be honest. But look, it would have worked. Would have gave us $2.50. $1.50. But I'm just not confident enough with that trade. MU, man, MU is just, look at that. Here it goes, going high, going for 960. Just doing its thing.
Yeah. No trades for me so far. Another boring morning. Sorry, everybody.
Yeah, no, hey, it is what it is, right? We gotta trade when
Yep.
we see it. We
I
don't
can
see it,
only
we can't
trade the
trade it.
opportunities that I get presented.
You know?
Yesterday, at least I got that AMD trade off the open. That was good.
Let us know, guys. If you see something great, let us know. We'll pull it up in the chart, see if there's any opportunities there. MU seems to be a good one long right now. Not right now, but if you're in it, turned out pretty nice for like a previous day close breakout, 1 minute OR, 5 minute ORB. Not an easy trade to take, but all those seem to have worked pretty nice. SpaceX. Rivian trying to figure things out. Oh yeah, what did Rocket Lab end up doing? Rocket Lab. At VWAP right now, but didn't do much this morning. Right now it's at VWAP and
Now, do we have our guest joining us? Is Mike coming on here? And I've got a 10:30 commitment, Carlos, and
oh, nice. I don't know. I
leave you
you know,
alone.
no, it's all good, man. But Mike used to come on 10:30.
Yeah, but Andrew, or is Andrew joining us?
It depends. Andrew joins when Andrew joins.
Okay. That's fair. Sometimes it's hard
Yeah.
to, you can't tell the boss
Yeah.
what to do. He'll be here when
It's
he's
like,
here. All right.
the party
fair
starts
enough.
when he gets here, you know?
All right.
Oh man, you can't time the tops and bottoms, and that's just the way it works.
Is that it? He's like the market.
He's like the market. You can't time it, you know? It's
can't
gonna
time it.
happen, but you can't time it.
Okay. All right.
Oh boy. Carlos, is war restarting? I have no idea, man. I think I saw something where
Apparently.
President Trump said he's going to bomb Iran tonight, right? I think he. What's the headline here? I'll read it to you.
I thought they
Trump
already
says the
dropped
U.S.
some.
will allow Ukraine to make Patriot missiles. That's different. Trump says the U.S. This is like 56 minutes ago. Trump says the U.S. will probably strike Iran again tonight. I'll get the latest. So they've been, hitting them there. So yeah, I have no idea what's taking place. Why Americans always bombing someone? I know, man. We are always into something. But that's how we built this country, just bombing things. whether you agree with it or not. That's how we build this place. That's how we
We
got to be
built
the
the
world
country by
power,
bombing
just
things.
bombing places. Even within each other, we bomb things when we had the Civil War. So that's how many countries are built. Just bomb away and war. No countries built like peace and talk, going back to the beginning of life. You know,
Mm.
war is part of life, man. Unfortunately, it sucks, but that's what it is. Money, women, and religion. Oh, and land. Actually, it's pretty foreign land too. Those things will get you into war faster than anything else. All right, let's see. Money, women, we sound like pimps. No, but it's funny. You go back into history and you look at the root cause of some of the wars that were started by like certain civilizations back then, right? A lot of it was that either land, religion, or women. Not really, not much money. But at that time, money was not a problem. But those three things, man: land, woman, and religion. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy!
Yeah,
Stir
no,
that pot
rarely,
together and whew. Yeah.
rarely is a war fought over money directly, right? It's always,
Yes, nah, especially back then,
it's,
it was not a thing, right?
uh, no, you
Land
needed
was more
power.
important.
Power,
Yeah,
power is what
power and
gave you the
land.
money. Money
Right,
alone
right.
gave you nothing.
Yeah,
Nowadays, money has more. Money itself is power, but you're right. Traditionally, money was never power. Money is just what you got once you had power.
yeah, exactly,
So,
exactly.
so in any event,
Um, 80% of wars in the 1900s were started because of a woman. Just tells you how special they are, man. Don't mess with our
there you
women.
go.
That's it. You know. Yeah, I don't disagree with that. Just tells you how special they are.
All right.
All right, friends. I am searching, but I am not finding anything as you see here. Mm, Agnes, no trace for me. I'm not forcing anything. Yeah, same here. We had one trade just on Rivian and didn't go anywhere, and it's coming back up to 16. But again, it's just it's has not been easy. Big Boat Wall Street 805. Do you guys even trade? No, not when it's like this, man. Unfortunately. Um, but if if you do see something you want us to jump in on, we'll look at it. If it hits our trade book, we'll trade it. But I mean, what are you gonna trade here? Um, so the mornings has been really 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 tough for sure. It's like poker, man. Poker is a lot of sitting. You're not in the action every single hand, especially when you start looking at the. I was looking at the World Series of Poker. I used to play poker a lot, Peter, back in the days, online and and with friends, friendly games, whatever. And I was looking at the poker stuff. Yes, I was just there watching it. There was one lady. She was sitting down. A couple of players too. Fold, 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 check,
Yep.
fold, 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 fold. And I mean, she played out of the like 45 minutes I was watching it. I was doing other things. I think she played two hands. And
Wow.
sometimes that's what it is. That's what it is. You're just there. You're not gonna take. You're not gonna take a bet. You're not gonna call something or raise with a crappy hand. You're not gonna do that. You won't do it as a professional
Right.
poker player. You're not gonna do it as a professional trader. You're not just gonna trade just to trade. You know, um, and and that's just it. Like, there's nothing here for me to trade.
Yeah, sometimes you get a false impression, right? If you watch videos of poker or trading,
Oh,
because
yeah.
they just
Yes.
show you the highlights, right?
Right.
And you don't
Right.
see all this time in between when you're literally just sitting there, doing nothing. Or
Right.
and it's even worse because it's not like you said, you fold the hand, but then you've got to watch everybody else play out the hand. So,
Yeah. Even more.
so that
Yeah.
it's a lot of waiting, a lot of sitting
Yeah.
around.
Yeah.
That's why I feel, I follow, a couple of poker influencers,
Mm-hmm.
vloggers, and
Nice.
yeah, and they're like, you'll watch a 45-minute video where they were playing poker for 10 hours. So you got to understand, right? Their
Yeah.
10-hour experience was synthesized
Yeah.
down to a 45-minute video that you can watch.
Yeah.
And I watch it at, well, like one and a quarter speed sometimes. So so I'm even
Yeah.
watching it faster.
Yeah. Well, what makes it
But
somewhat interesting is they have several tables now, right? That they keeping track of. So when one table's not doing anything, they move to the other table, right? So they go back and forth. But if you're
yeah,
just watching one table, oh man,
yeah.
that's pretty boring. So you know,
Yeah.
this is why people relate this so much to poker, man, because it is true. It is such like a poker game.
But
A lot of similarities, you know.
yeah, we often forget in that, right? Success results often come from focused attention. So if you can deal with and push through the boredom, that's when the rewards
Uh,
happen. And to me, there was a good example this morning. I allowed myself to get distracted and missed the SpaceX drop. Now I could have potentially got sort of momentum based short trade on that as it moved lower, but I was busy trying to watch too many things because I got bored because it wasn't doing anything. It was moving sideways. If I just watched SpaceX, maybe I would have caught that. Maybe not. I'll never know. I didn't. I wasn't there. Right.
yeah, yeah.
So. In any event, it's but yeah, usually success comes from being able to stay focused on things when others are losing that focus. Trading
Yes,
is a good
yes, yes,
example, and like
yes.
you said, poker. Well, yeah, online poker. Yeah, you can trade multiple tables. What happens when the action picks up on all the tables you're playing on at the same time? That's often when you make mistakes, right, and then you lose money.
Mm. Oh yeah, yep, yep, yep.
It's got a downside to it too. So we got AMD looks like it potentially breaking below VWAP, but yeah, the Atlas is unclear on it.
Uh, you know what? I'm looking around at everything I have here, and I get it. Someone's asking, do you guys even trade? Please tell me what you are trading right now. What are you trading right now? When did you get in and how? Because I'm looking at my list and it's a bunch of crap. Like, at least right now, there's nothing for me to trade. So I would love to see how are you trading. I would love to follow you if you have a great idea. But I just don't see how you're trading right now. The stuff at least I'm watching, you know, and making a move on the stuff that's here. I don't see it.
No, I agree.
Let's take a look. All right, PLTR at the VWAP. I see that. Yeah, a few of them coming up to the VWAP now. PLTR, NVDA losing some ground here below the previous day close. Market is selling off. Okay, here we go. We're starting to get the ball rolling somewhere up here. Let's see where the action is. See if we can get some kind of trades. Tesla,
And
nothing.
and I'll stick to my earlier statement that I made pre-market about this being the
Yep.
best time to trade. Because you may look at this and say, oh my God, this is so boring. I don't want to do it. But remember what we just talked about in poker, right? It all ties together. Why is this the best time? Because if you can push through the boredom, if you can resist the urge to do silly things in this time, it's going to teach you valuable skills that you need when the action sort of picks up and when the markets start to move actively. So it's important skills. It's not the skills anybody loves to have to gain, right? It's not the exciting stuff. We all like to watch superhero movies and action movies when you sort of jump right into the action, and it's always like, this is the thing that happens, and it's very exciting. But we always love to gloss over the all the boring stuff in between, like you know think of Carlos. How many? You think about action heroes where they have a 30-second training montage where they look at this person training for whatever thing that they're doing. And it could be that 30-second or 1 minute training montage could span weeks or months or even years. And they condense it all down to 1 minute so that you're just like, yeah, okay, so he just trained for 5 years to become this super soldier thing, right?
Yeah,
And we're
yeah,
like,
yeah.
yeah, this is awesome because let's get to the fun stuff where he gets to use the skills. You realize that was 5 years or whatever it took, right, to do the training to get there. I've always find that fascinating how we sort of forget that you've got to put in that 5 years of work to get the results. We want to just jump right to the results all the time. It's human nature. I get it.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Punisher never trained. The Punisher did train, and Frank Castle. I
we
assume
weren't
you're
we weren't
using
there.
that you're using that reference on purpose, Frank Castle, the Punisher. But the Punisher did train, but that was all the military training that got him to be the position that he was before he became the Punisher, right? So, yeah, he went through the same, years of military training and boring exercises and PT and all that stuff. Anyways,
NVIDIA dropped and came right back up. Spy looks like it wants to sell off some more.
it
Um,
depends. It depends. It depends which version of the Punisher, by the way, you're watching. But the latest version, he was in the military because he was being used on a Black Ops deal. That this is why he's going on the revenge thing to take out everybody that killed his family because they were trying to silence him from the Black Ops work that he was on in Afghanistan, I think it was, or something. But
hmm.
anyways, it's like a lot of those superhero origin stories. They rewrite them over time. Anyways, but yes, I think in the original one of the original movies or something, he was a cop.
Hmm.
Oh no! In the 2004 Punisher film, he was an FBI agent. So look, they've made him into all sorts of things over time. It all seems to be the same core story. They killed his family. He wants revenge.
Hmm.
But in any event, there's always a backstory. Whatever
Yeah.
his training background was.
AVGL. Look at it go. Didn't we have this on our secondary? No, man. We talked about it, I believe. Boom, 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 boom. NVIDIA.
Hamid Sarah? No, I do not think so. I don't think there's a version of the Punisher where he's not looking for revenge. At least not that I'm aware of. All the
No.
versions that have come out, I think it was always always a revenge flick. Let's see here. What's the very first produced Punisher? 1989.
Look at Microsoft finally sold off. My price target is 196.31 on NVIDIA.
Whoa. Did you know that Dolph Lundgren played Frank Castle, the Punisher?
No, did not know that.
I didn't know that. That
I don't
was
even know who that is. Let
1989.
me look it up. I don't know the names
Dolph
like that.
Lundgren? You don't know Dolph
Yeah,
Lundgren?
no.
He's like Rocky. You know, the Russian that he fights in Rocky?
That's him? Oh, I know him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know the names, Peter. That's one thing I'm really bad. Oh, of course I
Okay.
know this guy. Yeah, but the names of actors and I just don't
Okay.
not keep track,
All
but I
right.
just don't know them. But yeah, no,
He
of
was like
course. He was
Dolph
he
Lundgren.
could
He's
be
a
a
funny
good
guy because if I
yeah, he could be a
remember
good one.
correctly, he was like a scientist. Like he's this giant guy that plays like meatheads, but apparently he's got like a PhD in astrophysics or something crazy.
Mm,
Let's see here.
nice.
He was in the military. Uh, Maybe I'm overstating it, but He had an engineering degree. Yeah, he has a master's degree in chemical engineering. So there you go. You gotta. I think you have to generally be pretty smart to survive in Hollywood. Not always, but
Yeah, there's not many people with like the Cinderella story where like, oh, you didn't know anything and made it popular. A lot of these people have,
yeah,
oh, they went to college, went to film school, did this, did that. A lot of them put in the work, you know,
yeah,
not just
yeah.
they were
They put in the
bartending at a
work.
restaurant and they they got discovered. But like, there's a few of those, but there's it's not that many.
It happens. It happens. I mean, isn't that that's the story how
It happens, yeah, yeah.
it
We got the
happens,
pretty
but
pretty woman story out there, but not not the
what's the
majority.
guy's uh
Oh,
uh
Will Smith
what's the
smart?
guy's
Oh, yeah, yeah, of course he's smart. Will Smith's a smart man. Now, has he done really, 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 really stupid stuff? Yes. But you don't make it
Of
that
course.
far with that show by being dumb, right? You got smart ideas, you made it work, and I didn't know how much influence he had on this actual show and the way he wanted to do, Fresh Prince of Bel Air. I grew up with that stuff. Pretty smart man, but even
Yeah.
smart people do dumb things.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. Uh,
Oh, that's funny. So, my guys, Jazz, I think Dolph and Henry Gavin are hot. My guy turns off the TV when I watch their movies. That's good. There you go. There you go. NVDA looked like it was gonna sell off and then back above the VWAP twice. It looked like it was gonna settle down below the previous day close. Did not manage to do that. MU. Are we back to summer trading, Peter?
Went back to
We
what? Sorry.
are we back to summer
Oh yeah,
trading?
yeah.
That
Yeah.
was not a
Absolutely.
thing the last couple of years. That's really has not been a thing. Like we went through.
Right.
I remember even Andrew saying like summer. This doesn't exist. But I think we're back to summer trading.
Yeah.
Less
I've
volume, less movement.
exactly.
You
I've
know.
always been convinced there's been a summer trading. Yes,
Yeah,
for
but the
sure.
last couple of years, there's been so much activity that it didn't seem like there was that summer effect, right? Like we had great Julys and August, you know,
Mm.
when the summer's in full swing. Uh, But man, this reminds me of like 2019, 2018 summers, man. Like it really went dead. Dead, dead, dead. We're back to that, huh? What do you guys think in chat? I remember being so bad when I first started trading back in 2017, 2018 that at 12, everything just died. People just disappeared. And then at 2 o'clock, it was like a second open. Like everybody came back from lunch or happy hour, liquid breakfast or whatever, liquid lunch, whatever they were having. And then at 2 p.m., it will start up again. And you had a great close, 2 hours of from the 2 p.m. to the close. Um, Maybe we're back to that.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, look at how sideways things are moving. I mean, I was watching AMD. I was looking to see if we were going to get a breakdown. It broke down the previous day close. It broke through the VWAP, but now it's back up above both. So it's really there's a lot. Yeah, I may not end up with the trade today. I guess it's
Yeah.
everything. Like I don't have a single thing that is moving in a way that I'm thinking this is probably going to set up for an opportunity. The closest I've got is CoreWeave.
Yeah.
It just
look
got
at
some
core
volume
roof
as it
here.
spiked to a high of day.
Yeah.
A little bit of movement there, but even that doesn't look great. It just looks better than everything else to me.
Mm.
Look at this Rivian, Carlos. You could have still been in it. I don't understand. Why'd you get out? Like it's almost back to
Yeah.
$16.
Yeah, it's back to 16, but it's been to 16 like for the third time again.
I know.
You
I'm
know,
kidding. I'm
you
kidding
know,
because this is
like
all of a what 20 cent move total. Like
I know
like
this is
it's crazy.
no, this is horrible. And from my exit, this we're talking about 6 more cents right now. Ah,
Yeah,
like, yeah,
yeah.
it's not worth the bandwidth to just be
No.
watching a stock for that long. And yeah, you can set your orders and all that stuff. It's just not worth it. Um,
All right, guys. One
left.
last push here. Give us the thumbs up, and like. Let's get you some free stuff. Everybody wants some free stuff.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Um, that could be the most exciting stuff you see all day.
Yeah,
Right?
this could be it.
Come on now. Let's
Might
get
as
this
well.
500 likes. Let's give away this free funded account. And this can make our day a little bit better. Tesla. Let's take a look at Tesla. Yes, at the VWAP. Tesla's at the VWAP. Actually putting in a nice move.
This is really so far. This is a very choppy day. Like we get them.
Yep.
It's not unheard of. Like I'm not saying it's a unique day, but it's just a very choppy day so far. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, not the best.
All right, let's see. You got the pullback. Can we get the continuation on Tesla?
Andrew, wow. Andrew just told our members somehow, despite this choppy day, he's up $29,000. How did he do that? Look at this guy, man.
Andrew.
He just
Well, he had that trade on SpaceX. That was big. That was a nice one.
yeah, but he got stopped out first, and then had a trade
Right.
that worked on it. He did have a long trade on Micron that I know worked. So, but it's
Mhm.
amazing how he makes it work. Wow.
Wow. I'm actually seeing Tesla go higher. I'm actually impressed. I didn't think it was. I really thought it was not going to actually get the momentum. I mean, given the way this day has been, but actually did push up a little bit here. Hasn't really taken off with some madness, but actually did take off here. Oh, very short lived though. Very short lived. I don't know if that's it would have been. Yeah, it probably would have been 50. Yeah, it probably would have been a partial. But you're back out at break even very quickly. This market is so choppy that I don't even trust going actually on the reverse. You know, we've been talking about our false view at breakout. I don't even trust that type of move here. Tesla could just be moving from one choppy area to another choppy area. So I don't know about this false view at breakout. Let's see. Let's see if we can get. We're not even getting the pullback. Tesla's just going. So let's see if we can get the pullback and then take the drop. $378 likes, friends. 500 gives us our open account, pre-funded account. Tesla chops short and long. Wait for key level break. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. I'm thinking it's not great. PLTR view up again. Let's see what it's doing here. PLTR. Yeah, so now PLTR, I won't consider it too much of a view at breakout because now we're just wrapping ourselves around it. Right? See, compared to like Microsoft on the other hand, not Microsoft, excuse me, we're looking at Tesla. See how we're coming up to it, doing the confirmation. I mean, we're doing the pullback and then looking for that confirmation. Much different than we're just wrapping ourselves around it. Any move could look like a VWAP breakout now when you're looking the way PLTR does, right? So right now, it's just anything could look like an actual breakout. So a little tougher to trade. Can you still do it? Yes, but I think it's a little tougher. It's not really my strategy setup here. Same to AMD, it's just rapid and suffer on the previous day close and the VWAP. SpaceX. Choppy, choppy, choppy. Big move, and just choppy. Wow. Definitely hurts the brain. This type of choppiness. Definitely not ideal.
All right, Carlos, we need to get you some support here. Where's maybe? Oh, there's Mike. Mike's here.
Oh, Mike's here.
Mike.
Let's get Mike on the line. See what Mike has done. I think Mike traded NVIDIA. So we'll see what he did there.
Yeah, hopefully Mike got some trades he can share because we're pretty boring here. Yeah, this is a pretty bad choppy day. I mean, it's tough to find a good trade. It really is. So, don't force it. This is the type of day, like we said, it's an important day. It's an important day to teach the discipline that you need to trade for the long term. Doesn't mean it's the funnest of days. Doesn't mean it's the biggest of opportunity days, but it's an excellent learning day.
Yeah, so I did trade NVIDIA. That was my trade for the day. And now I'm just stuck in this chop on the MES, which I'm not happy that I'm in right now. I was happy when I got in. I'm not happy to be in it right now.
I can imagine.
I am.
That's usually how it goes, right? Happy when I got in, not happy now. Yeah.
Like the lines that are on your chart right now, Carlos, that's about how my emotions feel. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. I'm just like, really?
It's pretty bad.
Really? Come on. So it's just it's painful right now. I am.
Yeah.
But my NVIDIA trade I was pretty happy with. I did that initial pop-up, came down, found support at the previous day close, punched back up above the high of the day, held through this little pullback, partial, and then it slammed back down when the market decided it wasn't going to go through. This is also, like, if we look at the MES here, this is also the time that I basically got into the MES, and now it's just, I'm about ready to get stopped out of this maybe here shortly.
I can understand.
I don't know if I'm gonna get stopped out or if it's gonna go back up. I got no idea. So we'll see how it goes. It is just it is an ugly day. I was kind of hoping that when I got into this, when I got in, it basically came down, got in, it started to push green. I was looking for let me see, the 5-minute will show it better. I was looking for the 75.29 is where I wanted to get to. So this is where I was hoping to get with the 200 coming down onto that, and then that was yesterday's low. It also aligns pretty well with the SPY's upper expected move on the day. So, but we just can never quite get to that level. And every time we push, we look, and so I'm very close to getting stopped out, but we'll see.
Let's see. All right, guys, I'm gonna leave you to it, guys. Remember, last few likes here. Let's make it happen. Then we'll give something away, Carlos. I'm sure you'll pick an appropriate hashtag. Not because it's boring, because I had a previous commitment here at 10:30. So enjoy the day. Trade smart, and if you that may mean not trading, right? That's okay. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
But be smart with your money. Be smart with your decisions.
Absolutely, Peter. Catch you later.
Peter.
Thanks.
And then as far as as far as opening range breakouts go today, I would not be looking to trade. I mean, the market right now is in a downtrend. We did put in that higher low, so that's our second higher low. So we technically are now back into kind of a small downtrend. We are neutral in the pre-market, and then as you can tell, I mean, we are our range here on the day. So the setup qualities are not there for any type of breakout. You need it to break, you need it to retest, and then see if you can do it. So high probability of failure today, and stuff just doesn't support unless we get some crazy market news that comes out of anywhere that either positively affects it or negatively affects it. But we are fighting right now in the range, and I'm to the point that if I get back break even on this, I'm getting out of this trade at break even. I'm done with my emotion. My emotional roller coaster has tapped its limit of up and down today. So like I'm done with the up and down roller coaster.
Yeah,
The market
yeah.
can you've tapped me out. Either stop me out or let me get back to break even at this point.
Yeah, I get
So
it. I get it 100%.
so I'm just like, I am done. I've been in this trade for almost 45 minutes now. And
Yep.
yeah, just over 45 minutes. And we've gone nowhere. We played with my emotions enough today. So
Gene, I saw your comment from earlier. He said, can I share?" They said, "Just blow up my funded account, going to sim for the next week, and then I'll reset. Is this for me? I worked on my trade book, and I think I'll win or lose $100 per day, period. Discipline, period." I'm so glad this is not like a real account. It's a funded account, and you're not losing a bunch of money, because we heard those stories. So that's one of the positive things about funded account. You get that real life feel of what it's like to trade, in a different environment. It's not a live environment like it is with your own account, when you lose 1,500. It is your 1,500. It's a little bit different, but it's better than just sim straight out. So yeah, hey, go back to sim, reset, and build that confidence, right? Because when that happens, when you blow up your account, you definitely lose confidence in your ability to trade. So go back to sim, build that up, and then go back to another funded account. And the biggest thing is you have to learn from what just happened. What are you going to do different so this doesn't happen again, right? What are you going to change? What rules you're going to put in place? What needs to happen for that blow up not to happen again, right? That's very, very important. So big learning experience, and then go back to a funded account and try again. But you got to come away with something out of that lesson. So that's important.
yeah, I think we're about ready to get stopped out here.
The choppiness continues. Tesla did manage to go lower. Reject that VWAP and down, down, down.
Oh, we're stopped out of that trade. You gotta love it. Finally. Oh man, stop me out just to pop right back up.
Yeah, man, this has to be up there, one of the ugliest days we've seen like this year. 'Cause this year has been great. Like no complaints. 2026 started off with a bang, and we have been awesome. Man, this is ugly.
Was an ugly, ugly day. That is for sure. Hey Andrew, how you doing?
Let me get the voice in here.
I had a good trade on NVIDIA and then just got stopped out on the MES.
So if you put it on the chat room, that would be also nice.
Yep. Right now.
Perfect.
Okay.
All right. So, Mike, so you didn't have a good day, huh?
So day. I got a good trade on NVIDIA and but then MES just kind of chopped around on me after I got into it and then just stopped me out. So yeah, it's a choppy market. Things happen.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We had a good day. Brian called MU at the open. So we did a nice breakout of MU for the break of 960. I might do a recap actually today. So that was really nice. So very big size for the ABCD pattern for the break of 960. And SpaceX was really something that I wanted to take into the short side. I got stopped at one time. It did break down. I went short again, partial for the break of IPO price. The IPO price of 150 is very important level. And then I added more, but eventually I got stopped out in this squeeze. So at the end, I lost money on SpaceX, but I made good money on MU. So eventually it turned out to be a profitable day. And of course, we're holding a position of Microsoft, SPY, and some junk bonds. Other than that, it was a pretty good day. So just nothing happened really to do anything. Mr. Pezzing is also here.
Yeah. I'm shorted the SPY. It's because we're just getting a drop here. So I covered some of that on that drop.
So it looks like the war is back on the table.
Yep.
Paris had some nice trading on PLTR, short at the open. That was nice. But everything else was kind of meh.
Yeah, it definitely a tough morning. If you didn't get some right out of the gate, it was very, very choppy and a lot of false setups today. Let's see what we get here.
All right.
Brian, I don't have your camera for some reason. Are you sharing through Zoom?
I should be. Oh, wait a sec. There, and maybe that works.
Yeah, I got you now. Nice.
Okay, cool. So I'm just short the SPY right now. 740 puts. And we just seem to be slowly grinding lower here. So I've covered some already just on that breakdown. But yeah, the best trade we had today was MU. Nice breakout on that right at the open. Kind of surprised me how fast we moved up there.
Yeah, that was MU was another one, right? You get it right out of the open, it was good, and then tough to trade after that. But
Yeah, we've been pretty much trading in a pretty narrow range since the open here. The Qs did manage to go green there, just back around 945, 944. But ever since that, we've been kind of bumping our head against yesterday's close, and the SPY's gapping down more significantly today. So it looks like we're going to break down some more here on the SPY.
yeah, I think maybe we test pre-market low, see if we
Yeah.
get down there. 740. Those puts are pretty good. I do like that idea, Brian.
Yeah, just sold a few more there in that drop.
Then we'll see. Yeah, so here we go. Another nice little.
So yeah, Baba was gapping up today. I know a few people in our room traded it. It's $10, up $10 today. Really hasn't done a lot. Kind of sold off a little bit at the open and then went right back up. So it's still trading above the VWAP, but Baba really hasn't done much for about 40 minutes now. Tried to break out around 1025.
Yeah. AMD. SpaceX really finding support at 150. They tried to
Yeah.
push that lower today and just it could not.
Yeah, they went right down to yesterday's low, which wasn't very far off the close. And yeah, really found support there around 149,
Yeah.
just below. And then yeah. But I've got a position in what I'm considering a longer term position. I'm just long some SSPC,
What's
which
that?
is the ETF,
SS.
which is
Oh,
that's
the ETF.
SS. Yeah, that's the S. Yeah, it's the short, because I think a lot of the shares are going to come free trading throughout the year. It's kind of interspersed, um, as opposed to one big dump. But I think there's going to be a lot of selling pressure as a lot of these shares um, become
Start
free
becoming
trading.
become available.
Yeah. Here we go. I'm going to sell some more of these puts here as we break down a little bit further.
SpaceX is
Nice.
green to, looks like it wants to go to green to red. The big order is coming down. So 148 is a big order there, and 145 is, if you look at the market atlas, guys. So this is the market atlas. So right now you see the really big orders toward 148, 147. Zoom out a little bit, 145 is big order. Then there's really not much big orders to the upside. That doesn't mean that's gonna go, but definitely the book is very bearish. It's really fighting back that level as well. So yesterday, breaking that, let's go to yesterday. The 150 was a very, very important level. It did really some crazy stuff on it when it broke the 150 level. So this is yesterday, just 5 minutes, a few minutes before the close. For the break of 150. I had some more there. I have some recording as well. Maybe I do recap. So the volume picked up millions of shares and then we broke it and bounced back. So 150 is the open price of IPO, and that makes it a very important level. So the IPO day opened at 150, went up to 230, and it came down. So 150 is definitely a level that is fighting.
You're really leaking off here on the Qs. The Qs have lost, are right at yesterday's low right now. And the SPY is continuing to sell off. So my short SPY is working.
So you're short SPY by buying puts, yes?
Yeah, buying puts. Yep. 738s and 740s. I don't know why I ended up with two positions, but
All right, guys, remember Peak Capital Bootcamp, guys. Today at 4 p.m. we have the session today. And all the inner circle traders also welcome to join at Peak Capital Bootcamp. So 4 p.m. Eastern time at the close, right at the close. Maybe we trade in the after hours too for the earning.
SanDisk Atlas.
Jared was short SPY as well, Gary as well. NVDA, Meta sold off.
SanDisk Atlas is kind of, it's not overly bearish. I would say if anything, it's a little bearish.
Tesla is really bearish, 390. So this is the Atlas Tesla, 390s. Really big order.
I tried to short. Yeah, I tried to short Tesla earlier. It just didn't want to drop, and then it actually popped up above the VWAP there for a few minutes before pulling back again. Okay, here we go. SPY quit's doing good.
All right, yeah. Tesla is going to go to 390. 390 is a big order on Tesla. Yeah, Tesla has lost it. It'd be a good short Tesla. Tesla might go to 390. So the inner circle traders, the ones that are registered in the bootcamp, you get access to. So if you're not part of bootcamp, not yet, until you register for the next one. All right, Tesla looks like, should we go short Tesla? Brian, are you in this with me?
Wow.
Yeah, I'm some
Tried
short
it once
Tesla
already. Yeah,
here.
it is a big order at 390.
Let's see if we can.
I'd maybe I'd look at taking a short if it comes back up and touches the 9 EMA.
393, around that area would be nice if you can get there.
It's probably things are probably going to bounce here since we just had a pretty significant drop.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it's to go lower. I'm going short anyways at 392.20. Let's see if you can go to 390. I'm kind of chasing it, but the market is rolling over. 391, we go there. 390. All right, let's see if Tesla can go toward the low of the day, 390. SPY is bouncing back.
Yeah, it's kind of what I figured would happen. We had like four.
So I'm still
Okay.
Tesla, guys. I added a little bit more on 393. Let's see if either get stopped out or we make a really good flush toward 390.
Yeah, added back to my short on the SPY. See if we get, see, I'm just looking for this rejection here in the 9 EMA. Brought my average down, but it's okay.
No,
It's an open.
Tesla. Damn it.
Yeah, what happened there?
I don't know.
Some little pop there.
Yeah, I'm gotta get stuff down on you guys. I
The
lost.
war ended. The war must have ended.
Yeah, it's I got stuff down on you guys.
Well, that was an ugly little pop on everything. I don't know what, some news came out. I'm still short SPY. Still short.
See what Benzinga says. Yeah, so that was the short that I did on Tesla. I got to stop that. Squeeze was not good.
Yeah. See how we, whatever came out there, there might have been a tweet or post or something.
Benzinga didn't announce anything, so I'm on Benzinga.
No. And it's not really a time where you would expect any kind of announcement. Usually they're on the hour or half hour. Yeah, the war must have ended. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so there was, China had an announcement about allowing some of their firms to buy some NVDA chips.
Yeah, Benzinga announced that, but I don't think that was the reason that popped up, was it?
NVIDIA really popped. Yeah. No, I think that was it.
All right, so China is allowing to buy NVIDIA chips. All right, so Tesla turned out to be shouldn't have chasing it. I got to stop that. I give some of the profit back here on Tesla. So yeah, so see, do not overtrade. Do not stick around. So when you're sticking around, you're overtrading. That's why I highly recommend walk away when you're making your pay. To start taking
Funny
trade
how
steps.
It's funny how everything popped up on that news. I'm still short the SPY. The rest of these are kind of just break even now. See if we resume this downtrend. Here we go.
Buy short, huh?
Yeah.
Microsoft is doing bouncing back. Meta, NVDA. Baba was running up very nicely at the open.
Yeah, I had a nice little pullback and then a pop back up.
Right, let's see what the Tesla is doing. Is he going to back toward the 391? All right, Tesla Max short on Tesla 393. Let's see if Tesla can go this time down. I might regret doing this, but let's get another short on Tesla. Brian, are you in this with me?
I'm still short the SPY, so see where we go from here. I'm gonna cover some here, selling some more puts.
Oh, SpaceX went red.
Yeah, SpaceX is 149.66.
SpaceX, yeah, it's really defending the Gulf pre-market. Oxy is up, Occidental Petroleum. So whenever there's war, these American oil companies are usually wow,
Yeah.
it's really repeat.
Yeah, the XLE should be up quite a bit.
Yeah, it's usually the war is good for American oil companies. They make really good money.
Yeah, it's just the price of the oil, the spread.
The US is a very big oil producer, so they make really
I
good
think
money.
it's yeah, I think it's the biggest oil producer.
I think in the world now.
Yeah, in the world, yeah.
On Tesla, you can go low, you can go down.
It's still hanging around 4,000 price of gold. It's really hard to say where it's going to go. I mean, it's, if interest rates go up, the dollar will strengthen. That's not usually a good environment for gold.
All right, so Tesla is going down. Brian, are you in this
Yeah, I
with
can
me?
see that. Yeah. Yeah. Qs or SPYs going down. We're
So it's again.
playing. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, Tesla's breaking. Tesla's got big order at 390 still.
All right, let's see if Tesla can go to 2 or 3.
Good morning, gents.
Kyle, how are you doing? How's Calgary?
Morning.
I'm great. Calgary's great. It's so nice here. Oh, it's such a nicer city than Edmonton. Respectfully to all Edmontonians.
Nice.
So
How
you
was
got
that? How was the
you
marathon?
got Stampede going on, eh?
Yeah, the Stampede's going on, the Chuck Wagons. I didn't go there
Right.
yesterday. Marathon was good. It was just a half though. It wasn't a full. So
Well done.
it was
well
good.
done.
I'm still sore. Like my Achilles, honestly, like now that I'm 40, my body is just like, I just do not recover anymore, honestly.
Yeah.
My
How old
quads,
are
my
you?
calves.
How old are you?
I just turned 40.
Yeah, I mean, I noticed it too. Like in the last couple of years, the recovery has been so difficult. I agree with you.
I think it's got to be ice baths. I think we have to start doing ice baths or something. You do them, don't you? You do cold plunges, don't
I
you?
do plunge every day. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm short Tesla, guys. I'm gonna hand it over to Mr. Kai. I'm short still Tesla. We'll see if Tesla, with the help of Market Atlas, is gonna go toward 390 or not. My average is 390 to 46 right now. If you can break the 390, that would be nice. On the daily chart, the 390 would be 2 days ago low, and the day before. So it's a very important support level around here. So that would be nice if you can get there. and we just need a little bit of support from the market as well. Yeah, handing it over to you, Kyle. Thanks for everything. I know you're covering also a lot of sessions now that Eamon is gone. So God bless you, brother. Remember, guys, PCAP Bootcamp session today after the market close. I have some really good material to discuss. Cheers.
Okay, guys. Thanks,
See you
Andrew.
guys.
Have a good day. Thanks, Brian.
Cheers.
Have a good day, guys.
Yeah, you too.
All right, YouTube. How was everyone's day? I traded inside of Peak Capital Bootcamp today. I had a really nice. Well, I was doing classic Kyle Tiller things and just talking. So I did a quick trade on Rivian. I'm actually still in it, but it was a nice gap and go. That's a strategy of mine. So we can get into that a little bit. But how was your guys' day? This Rivian trade here, yeah, this is just what you guys asking. I mean, I've gone over this a few times. If you're a BBT member, I have done a couple webinars on this already, but it's essentially just a gap and go. That's what I call it, or it's a break and retest. So create your 5-minute range. I mean, this has been my bread and butter here for quite a while here. So create your 5-minute range. A lot of members inside of Peak Capital took this as a 5-minute opening range and then actually added into this as well. So these guys all got it in a 5-minute opening range. So inside the range, breaks out, confirmation candle, put your entry on top of the second candle as it breaks the range, and then you get this first move to the upside. And market atlas on this was amazing. There's a $16 order and then $16.15 as well, or $15.50, sorry. So you catch this first move, and then as it comes down, this is where I entered. You can see the little green mark there as usual. So it breaks out of the range, comes back into the range, tests the range, and then I went long on top of this candle. And then I just held it all the way until about 5 minutes ago. Usually, I mean, fully transparent, you guys know how I trade. I would have taken some off here at $16 here, and then I probably would have added on this hammer and caught this move here. But Rivian was a great trade today. Shout out to Peter and Carlos for putting this on my watch list today. So I made about 2 to 3R on this trade. Nothing crazy, but this was a really nice trade for me today. Let's see. This bloody chat room. Frank, how's the chat room doing here? What are we scalping today? Tough day? Yeah. Omega, yes. Yeah, I do. I trade NVDL. If I do trade NVIDIA, I do usually take NVDL. And then for Tesla, it's TSLL. And then AMD, you can do AMDL, I believe it is. Been scalping NVIDIA all day. Let's have a quick look at NVIDIA. I think you are are you a VWAP squeeze? Is that your strategy? I think so. Frank? You've been scalping NVIDIA as well. Tazzy, what'd you take? You made $500 today? Good for you. Hey, that's an amazing day. If you can make $500 trading, that's fantastic. I'll ask you this. What's your risk per trade though? What are you risking $100 trade? So that was a 1 to 5. Today tested your patience. Absolutely. Every day test your patience. Did we do a giveaway? How many we got? 409. Okay. Hey, we can do this. I'll do a like. We're at 410. There's 515 people watching. Let's get a giveaway going today. We can do 90 likes today. The next boot camp, I think the next boot camp actually starts in a couple of days. I will I'll follow up with you. I'll check in with Mike. Sick visuals. The boot camp is it's has anyone in the chat room done boot camp? I can sick visuals. If you email me, Kyle@bearable.traders.com, I will get you an answer. Chris, you did the first one. Amazing. Honestly, sick visuals. I'm not too sure off the top of my head if there are openings. I will shoot me an email and I'll talk to Mike about it, and I'll get you an answer on that. Yeah, you bet. No worries. And if something else you guys can look at too, if you go to bearabletraders.com for, I think it's 4,000, Andrew's giving away, not giving away with your purchase, of course, it's unlimited boot camps. Can you believe that? Like what? That is an unbelievable giveaway. Honestly, God, 100 people traded challenge. So for 4,000 bucks, you get access to the chat room, all the back end videos, and then you can do unlimited boot camps. Like that is, I wish I did that, honestly. And maybe I should still. I don't know. Jerome, what made today tough? You took a couple bad trades outside of your playbook, or did you execute your playbook? I was having trouble. I think it was a little bit of a data issue with the trading terminal this morning, but it did pick up eventually. It was a little slow out of the gates, but I couldn't open my DAS today for some reason. This laptop is just a nightmare. I can't wait to get home. Boot camp is essentially it's like a premium group. You get to pick your coach, and then we just really for 3 months you get a simulated account, and we just really focus on your trade book, your psychology, and just ironing out your trading system. It's honestly for me that when I did it. Luckily, I actually won it inside of a YouTube group. I was talking about this yesterday in a YouTube giveaway. So I didn't pay for it. I was lucky enough that I actually won it as a giveaway about 2.5 years ago. Lenny was my coach, but you essentially just get full access to any coach that you want, and you just iron out your playbook, right? You're in a group around 6 to 10 people, and you get direct access to everyone's videos, a market atlas. It's honestly like it's probably the best investment you can do if you want to become a successful trader. If you're a break-even trader going into Peak Capital Bootcamp, I'm not going to guarantee results, but it will help you and move the dial in the right direction to get your equity curve going where it needs to be. So the glasses give you a Harry Potter look. I know, and honestly, I'm sorry. I know my face is so close to the screen. I'm in an office with my laptop, so I'll be home tomorrow. We're headed back to Edmonton today. If you're an elite, do you still need to pay SMTH? I'm not too sure what that is. Oh, pay monthly? All I need is a little scar on my forehead. I'm a wizard, Harry. Kyle, for your knees at 40, I take 1 scoop of protein isolate, no flavor with coffee. Okay. Love it. Thank you. It's more my Achilles, honestly. Like I didn't train as much as I should have, and then taking my kid in the stroller, that was a choice. but it's memories with him, and I want to do it every year. That's kind of my goal, is run a half or a full marathon. Eventually, like, the competitor in me wants to try a 70.3 Ironman, but I can barely swim, so that could be a problem. But yeah, who was asking about the P Capital Bootcamp? Just if you email me, Kyle at bearabletraders.com, I can give you a better breakdown as well. And sick visuals, I'll find out if there's any openings. I think it might be a little late because I think it does start on the 10th. Excuse me, but I'll figure it out for you. Of course. What else you guys watching? So you guys just all Frank, you're doing NVIDIA. What's Baba doing? I think Andrew traded Baba today. So Baba was a nice, again, 5-minute opening range breakup. There was no break and retest, so that trade would have not happened. Actually, oh, it did. If you look at the, what candle is this? 950. Yeah, it did actually come back into the range after that doji came back down. So you would have put your stop loss on top of this candle here, and you would have caught it probably a 1-2, but you would have been stopped out around 10-12. So I mean, you would have maybe got a quick base hit there. That's Baba. What did our buddy Tesla do today? Sell off. We're talking a lot in P Capital today just around just your mindset as a trader, right? And not putting too much pressure on yourself and detaching yourself from the money. Okay, so just depending on the size of your account, right? Like, you really need to understand where you sit and not think you can make $1,000 a day with like a 500 or a $5,000 account. Like, just really manage your expectations and take that psychological pressure off of yourself, because a lot of trading is, I mean, 90% of trading is psychological, right? So if you really attach yourself to the money, and a few of the traders had mentioned that they still have their P&L on their screen, and this is something I picked up from Carlos, is just take it off. If you find yourself looking at your P&L, just take it off and execute your trade and then look at it afterwards. Like, how many of you guys in the chat have your P&L on your screen? Hands up, accountability. Kyle, can you explain price action around in the range resistance and support levels? Nikki, you have your P&L on? Yeah. What's P&L? Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty broad question. Can you explain price action around range resistance? So what I really look for, I mean, Rivian is kind of a one-off. It's a bit lower. You don't have a lot of liquidity. But what I look for is the volume, right? So as you're anticipating your trading, and this is what I was talking about in P Capital today. So someone inside PCT had taken the 5-minute orb, okay, on Rivian. So what I was walking him through was, for my mindset, because this is how I trade, because I trade the orb, a 5-minute orb, and then the gap and go. So I asked him live time, I said, okay, you're in this trade. His average was 1582, I think it was. So he had got in right at the range. Okay. So I asked him, why'd you get in? And he said he had a nice volume ladder at the bottom. Okay. It was holding the 9 moving average. He put his stop loss at the 9. So great. Good execution, understanding the volume. Okay. He said the level 2 was bullish. He said market atlas was bullish. So he had all the right answers. Right. So I said to him, and he said he has around a 70, what did he say? A 75% hit rate. I said, okay. So knowing what the ATR is, would you ever add into this? And he said, no, I don't add. I said, okay. 'cause adding in itself is very challenging, and for me, I'm still learning the proper way to do it because I tend to add too big and then it ruins my average. And then sometimes it'll pull back and it'll stop me out and then I miss the bigger move. So I asked him, I said, have you ever heard of a break and retest? And he said, no. And I said, this is one of my favorite strategies. So as it comes back down into the range, test the range, you can add into it. So you're rolling multiple strategies into your same trade, right? So it's kind of an aha moment for him. And I said, listen, I'm going to go long here based on my gap and go strategy or the break and retest. So this could be a good ad for you. So he was well disciplined. So he got in at, like I said, 1582, I think it was. So he had partialed. He was out around 75% of his position, around $16, because that's where Market Atlas was telling him. So he had about 25% left as a runner. So the big drop off around 949, he decided to cut it at the top. So he pocketed another, whatever, call it $25. Instead of leaving it on, right, for the bigger move. Not the bigger move, for the next move, I'll say. So because he did not have part of his strategy was not to move his stop loss to break even after his partials. So he still probably would have got stopped out where I got in, but I said, listen, I said, because you've already made 2 to 3R on this, on your 5-minute orb, why not, like, you have an extra bullet in the chamber. That's one of our Eamon's favorite sayings. Like, if you get a winning trade, you get another bullet. So I said, look at the break and retest, right? So as it comes down, comes into the range, look at your volume, okay? Look at this volume spike. Where I got in is where a lot of these break and retest traders get in. So it broke the range on the 950 candle. It came up and it closed. I honestly, like, this wasn't I mean, it was a good entry. I did almost get stopped out, but it did hold this moving average. And then it made this move here. So it just opened his eyes into thinking, listen, like, you're trading the 5-minute orb, and he's only been trading for about 6 months, which is totally fine because we all start somewhere. But the 5-minute opening range is a very beginner friendly strategy, as we all know, right? But if you make money on this, you can still continue to make moves on a next move. You're looking for a bull flag, you're looking for an ABCD pattern, you're looking for a head and shoulders, right? But for me, so the orb happens, then the break and retests happen, right? And then you can continue on over this side as well. So as I was in this, I just held this thing. I was talking and I was, like I said, I was doing typical Kyle Taylor things and just rambling on about my psychology and whatnot. So I didn't partial here. I normally would have partialed. I probably would have taken some off here, probably added in here. But again, hindsight's 2020 when you're looking at this afterwards. But just for your question, I'm looking mostly at the volume and how close I am to the 9 and the 20. And as you get into around the 10 o'clock to 10:05, this is one of Brian's strategies, and Andrew's, right, is it's the 920. So you flip to the 2-minute chart, and if it comes down and touches the 20 moving average, you can look to add to your position there as well. So this is, I think this is actually the 50 moving average. This is on the trading terminal account, so I don't have the, let me see if I can put the 20 on here quickly. Let's put the 20, and we'll make it pink. Yes. Okay, so this was a 920. So this is how you can evolve as a trader and continue to you can use the free roll hotkey. Okay, you can re-enter your position based off of how the stock trades throughout the day, right? So you can get in at a 1-minute opening range breakup. Okay, you can get in at a 5. You can get in at a 920. Okay, these are all ways to continually add into your position and continue to make money. You can free roll your earnings, right? So if you look at Rivian, this is as well, I find how Peter does a lot of his trading as well. But so you do the 1 minute. I mean, he has different strategies, but like his lightning bolt pattern, his mountain pass, all are at different times throughout the day. So just because he's not an opening range trader, like he typically doesn't trade the open. Sometimes he'll do a fallen angel or a rising devil, but he usually trades later in the day. But his trading strategies are so that he can trade multiple strategies throughout the day. And that's really what I'm trying to, my point is here. So you can trade a 1 minute opening range, you can trade a 5 minute, then you can get into the 920 strategy, right? So these are all things that you can think about in live time. But yeah, I mean, really for your question, it's all the volume, okay? And just the price action and market atlas. And I mean, there's your question is really broad, to be honest, because there's so many variables that you're looking at, right? Taz, did that answer your question? I know I went on a bit of a rant there, but how many likes are we at? 418. Oh, 80 likes in 40 minutes. That's challenging. Candy, how was your day? Bum, 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 bum. Let's see what else is moving here. What did our buddy AMD do today? Nothing pretty. NVDA. Oh, what did and SNDK do? SanDisk. This was on a lot of people's watch list. Oh, I love this at the open. Look at the pre-market right here. You don't necessarily want it to push too high, but when all these moving averages are so close and it throws you that doji pre-market, look at the volume after that. Boom, beautiful. Let's look at the 15 here and see what happened. Eamon would want us to look at the 15 and the 30 here. Yeah. A nice hammer around, what is that? 8 o'clock. Yeah. I think I might start trading SanDisk. A lot of people inside BBT trade SanDisk. Nice 1 minute opening range. Add at the 9, holds the 9. $1,600. I remember when this thing was like $500. You get the idea, but you kind of struggle with volume around the retest areas. Yeah, I mean, reading volume, again, it's just another indicator, right? Like, but I've found success is when you get the volume ladder, when there's multiple, like, let's look at Rivian. You want to see the volume in anticipating your trade. So depending on your strategy, you're looking at it building and or falling down, right? You want to see 3 to 4 ideally if you're going to go long, but you don't want it to be too extended from VWAP, right? You want it to make sure that you don't miss a good entry, right? So a lot of it is like intuition, like we always talk about on here. It's a double-edged sword. Like having good intuition in trading can help you, but your intuition can get you into trouble too, because you can anticipate things in the wrong moments, in the trend at the wrong places. So be careful with your intuition. It's nice to have it, and like, you know, when you feel something's happening, it's good, but again, you don't want to solely rely on it. So what I mean by that is, even on this trade today, like I had mentioned on Rivian, I wasn't, so I was kind of coaching this guy through the 5 minute as he was in it and just his thought process. But I myself was getting ready for my strategy. Okay. So as he was partialing at the top, I was saying to the other members in PCT, I said, if this thing retraces, comes back down into the 5 minute range, gives me a volume spike, I'll get into it. And that's exactly what I did. So as he took, like I said, the majority of his off, he cut it as it this big sell off here at 949. So when that was happening, I said, okay, I'm probably 1 to 2 minutes away from getting in this trade. So this is where, okay, I get my hotkeys ready. I take a breath. I'm looking at the volume. I look at Market Atlas. I'm reading the tape. Okay. So it came back down into the range. The second candle here at 951. Look at the volume. So this volume spiked as this volume bar rose to be higher than the previous. That was my signal to get in. So I waited for it to come down. It touched the 20 moving average and it came back up. I was a little late to this, but I like waiting until it comes on top of the range and creates that confirmation. So that entry wasn't as clean as I would say this 10 o'clock entry. So you could have waited a little bit longer here, but I had a good feel for this one based on the volume here and how it did spike up in real time. So I went long there. My only hesitation was a 200 moving average was just on, or the 50 moving average was right there, which is a strong level of resistance. So it came up, it touched the 50, came back down, retraced, but it held the 20 moving average here. And then it held that all the way through. So, I mean, as far as an entry goes, I wouldn't say it was an A plus entry because, waiting for this a better confirmation candle on top of the moving averages around 10 o'clock is probably better because look at the volume as well. You got 5 consistent green volume bars, which is a really good signal that it's probably going to give you a nice pop up, right? So, and that's the thing in live time, it's hard to, I want to say anticipate loosely, but this is why back testing is so important. Is because when you do these strategies over and over and over and over and over and over again all the time, right? You start to get a good feel for them, and you just know where a good entry is, and you just kind of execute your strategy, right? And if you have a decent hit rate, if you're a 60-70% hit rate, 6 times out of 10 this is going to work out, and you'll get a nice runner sometimes. Like I had a unbelievable trade on SMCI yesterday. Was one of my best trading days I've had in a really long time. But I was adding into it, and all of it was based on the gap and go strategy, right? You just have to stay in the game long enough, and you have to really iron out your strategies. Don't take trades outside of your trade book. Don't do it. Don't chase things. Execute what you know. And what I know is a 5-minute ORB and a gap and go and a little bit of reversals. Like I'm trying to iron out my parabolic reversals. But I'm an opening range trader. 80% of my trades are to the long side. I'm a long trader. I will take shorts. Like my short on SMCI yesterday was a big short. But you need to go into tradingterminal.com and you need to use the replay simulator. If you're not doing it, you're doing yourself a disservice. And for me, like trading this style for as long as I have now, and even doing the webinar I did for BBT, I've been staring at these charts for so long now, like 2.5 years, and I have a feeling for when it's going to work. And that's the thing that I was saying about your intuition is sometimes your gut feeling will do you wrong, but a lot of the times you're going to be right because you've done the back testing, you've done the homework, and you know what it takes to be a good trader, and you know what your edge is. So I trade the 1-minute orb on MU, but I exited on the 9 EMA at previous day close because of the volume at 9:35. But I could have made more profit if I read it correctly. Let's have a quick look. And thank you, Tazi, for sharing that and being open and honest. It's it shows a lot about your development as a trader, right? Like that's what these groups are all about. This is why BBT is such an amazing chat room, right? Not just in here, but in the actual BBT room as well, because there's no right or wrong. Like, I mean, there is, but being vulnerable and asking people for feedback and asking people for help is how you're going to grow as a trader, right? If you just sit there and you're just like, oh, like that's what these chat rooms are all about. Okay, so ask questions, email me, bug me. I want to get a bunch of emails from you guys asking questions about, you know, the 5-minute opening range, because I enjoy teaching people about this, because to me it's easy. Executing it isn't always easy, but you know, taking a trade is easy. You know, it's the psychology behind it. And I can only rant about that so much to you guys about how you need to set yourself up for success in the mornings before you trade, and how much you need to go into the replay simulator and backtest your strategy and journal and do these things every single day. That is how you'll become a successful trader. Clicking a couple buttons and making hotkeys and doing that is easy, right? But taking screenshots when you get into a trade, taking screenshots when you get out of a trade, right? Holding yourself accountable to these things every single day is what's going to separate you from becoming or being a break-even trader to a profitable trader. Is you need to do these things day in, day out. We don't have a risk manager. We don't have somebody over our shoulder saying, "Hey, yeah, I'll go over that Fuzi lumber. I'll go over that in a second." Um, we don't have risk managers, right? There's no one that's going to come and save us and rip the laptop out of our hands and say, "You're done for the day. Go to the other desk. You're now, you know, doing some numbers over here." We don't have that luxury. That person is you and you solely. And you need to hold yourself to those standards every single day, right? That's why I'm doing this $50,000 road to $50,000 challenge, because I'm holding myself accountable every single day to it's not just about content, but it's about, for myself, journaling and going over my trades. Did I trade well today? Did I execute how I want people to know that I am trading, right? And that is when you will find a little bit of success, is when you start to do the little things. So I challenge you guys to do that every single day. And exactly, Frank, there you go. You spent 1,000 hours wondering what if, right? It's on your psychology and your understanding of where you sit in the market, where you sit in the trend. Have you pulled up the 15, the 30, the 60, the daily? Do you know where your actual targets are? So inside Rivian, is there a big liquidity pool at 1625, right? From pre-market levels, right? Are those your targets? And where does that coincide with your 5-minute opening range breakup? Okay, if you get in at $16 and there's a big liquidity pool at 1625, chances are eventually it's going to go there, right? So you need to kind of iron your strategy around these pools of liquidity to an extent. Like, you can scalp your way to these big levels, but if you want to hold for these big moves, you use Market Atlas, you use the level 2, and you use these levels. Andrew always says these levels are magic, because they are, because the levels are where the money is, and you need your strategy to get your money to those levels too, right? So yeah, I mean, my strategy is very simple. It's just a 5 minute. I'll go over it just one more time, right quick. I'll do it on MU here, just because Tazi, or who was it? Somebody was trading this. So all I do is I wait for 5 minutes. I mark the low of the first candle of the body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So there's your opening range. This is your 5-minute opening range. Okay. So I have two styles for the open. I do the 5-minute ORB. Okay, so you can get in here, you can scalp a little bit here, you put your stop loss to break even, you get stopped out. Okay, my bread and butter is the break and retest. So it breaks out of the range, comes back into the range, tests the range, comes out of the range, confirmation candle, then entry. So my ideal entry on this would be right after this second candle, right there. Okay, you put your stop loss at a technical level, which would be your 9 moving average. Okay, and you essentially catch this move. Okay, you'd hold 9. I mean, I would have got maybe a 1 to 2 out of this. Well, let's see what my stop loss would have been. My stop loss would have been the 9 moving average, so that would have been a 90-cent stop loss. and then you just mark 90 cents from there, 1 to 2. So this would have been probably a 1 to 2 trade, which is all you need. Base hits every single day, compounded over time, will make you money. You do these 1 to 2s, okay? Some days you get a beautiful 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8R, like SMCI yesterday. You catch those big moves, and those days are the days that instead of your P&L just doing little moves, they start to spike, right? But you need to execute the same way every single day, and then on some days you get those big moves. But if you're just getting these 1 to 2s every day, those are okay. Base hits keep you in the game, right? And be happy with those, right? Be happy with your execute. Journal that at the end of the day. I executed fantastic today. I loved my entries. I felt good. I was looking at the volume. I had Market Atlas up. Market Atlas was bullish or bearish depending on where you went, right? And journal these things out at the end of the day. It doesn't take long to journal. You know, what's 15 minutes of your time for your future, right? In 3 months, what would your future self want, right? When you look back from 3 months from now, from that today, like when you look at your journal, did you journal today, right? Think of yourself down the road a little bit and hold yourself to that standard every single day. Tazi, I think I learn a lot more in losses and what if situations my winners. 100%. Yeah. Mohammed, I don't do the 1. I used to do the 1. That's when I was live. When I first started to trade, I did the 1 minute opening range, and I didn't have the risk management. I didn't have the proper mindset to trade it. So now I like to wait. I did trade the 1 for my first probably 6 months to a year of trading, and it's just so whippy at the open. And I mean, it can be good. There's no doubt about it. Like Andrew's obviously found a lot of success in his 1 minute opening range breakups, but you really need to know where you sit in the bigger picture of the market structure. You need to know pre-market where you sit, and again, a lot of it's confidence, right? Like, and it's the price action, right? Like Andrew is very, very good at reading price action. He's been doing it for 10 years, and that's why he's found the success he has, is because he understands the market. So yeah, for me, I like to wait a little bit and just let things settle down a bit, because again, the first like 2 to 3 minutes, there's so much volatility, and volatility is great. That's what we want as day traders, right? But as a newer trader, that much volatility, if you don't have the proper risk management, you'll get eaten alive. So my advice to newer traders is wait a couple minutes, right? If you're, you know, either just getting started, if you're 1 to 2 years in, you know, some people get it, you know, some people can get lucky in the first 6 months and start making a lot of money, but can you hold the money, right? So I know Carlos is an advocate of it. He usually waits 5 minutes. A lot of traders inside the community like to wait that 5 minutes just for that opening range. The dust settles a little bit. You can sit back, just have a coffee, listen to Andrew, listen to the chat room, listen to Carlos and Peter, and then start getting ready, right? Like I said on this Rivian trade today, I knew I said to everyone, I was like, listen, if this thing retraces right now, I'm going to get ready to trade. So as soon as that guy got out and it kind of sold off into the range, I knew inside like my heart of hearts, I was like, okay, I'm 1 to 2 minutes away from executing my trade. Take a breath, get ready, look at your volume, look at Atlas, okay, and then just execute. Your job is to execute your edge. And what is your edge? What's your personal edge in the market? Your edge is your strategy. Your edge is your trade book. It's all the things you've been back testing. What is your edge? Okay. And that's what P Capital is all about. That is what we teach inside of there. We get you to create your edge, okay, in the market. Then you back test it. You build a strategy, and then you feel confident in it, because that is how you're going to find success. If you're just, you know, coming in here and mirror trading Andrew, you're getting in when he's getting in, and you know, it's easy to get in when he gets in, but can you get out with him? And that is where I got into trouble when I first started to trade. I didn't use a hard stop, which is an absolute amateur move. Everyone in this chat room needs to be using hard stops, and I know you guys all do, right? But mirror trading is so dangerous. So he'd get out, and I'd hold it, and I'd have no idea why. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no worries. And sorry if I'm saying your name wrong, Fuzi. If you have any questions, just email me at kyle@variabletraders.com. And then further to that, you guys, like if you're not Lambos and Garbage Truck members, it's definitely worth. It's a cup of coffee a month, and you get access not only to Andrew's videos, the ones that really open up your mind are Jared's videos. The way he breaks down the market is unbelievable. And that's why I love this community, is because there's so many talented people, and you just need to learn a little bit from everyone, right? I appreciate it. I do my best. Yeah. And that's the thing that I always say, right? Like there's levels to trading. And Andrew's made this comparison before too. Like, you start at level 1, right? Where do you sit in the big picture of trading, right? Like for me, like maybe I'm at level, 4 or 5. Andrew's at like 50. So where do you sit? And you need to start to unlock these things as you evolve. And you pick these things up from Eamon. You pick these things up from, good other traders, right? Carlos, Peter, all these guys. You pick up a little bit from each person. You put it in a blender. You turn it on. You mix it up, and there's your strategy, right? You put your strategy into it, and then you continue evolve as a trader. Best Loser Win. Yeah. Tom Holger. That's a great book. Yeah. Mark Douglas. He's a great trader as well. It's a great book. Let's see what Rivian did here. Sorry, I'll get back into a little bit of trading here. Rivian's still going. I have how many shares left? 75 shares left. There's a huge order at 1625, another one at 1650. So I'll hold that a little bit longer, but other than that, I'm not really watching too much. What did Tesla end up doing? Finally find a bottom. 392. Man, this thing has just been up and down and up and down and up and down. It was at 435 yesterday or 2 days ago. Yeah, 430. Huge sell-off. Now it's just inside of this range. Good old Tesla, eh? What other books you guys like to read? Trading books. How to day trade for a living. You ever heard of that one? Brian has a couple good books about options as well. If you guys want to check those out. For all you options traders out there, swing traders. Frank, I let so many trades retrace to break even, got to deal with it. Yeah, that's something we were actually talking about that in P Capital today. It's just a lot of people move their stop loss to break even after they partial. But a lot of people don't do that because sometimes when it retraces into your zone, it can, be a buy side liquidity. It could be a big liquidity pool, comes back down to where you got in, and then it continues to make another move to the upside. But if in your trade book, after you partial, if you're supposed to put your stop loss to break even, you can sometimes miss that move. But just because you get stopped out, like I say, and Andrew says it all the time, like you get stopped out, get back in. It's okay to get back into the trade, right? Getting stopped out is actually a really good thing. It saves your money. It gives your mind a break, right? Like how much mental capacity do you want to put into each trade? How much pressure can your mind take? Like when you're in the trade, like I wonder how, like, your brain is just firing on all cylinders, but you need to somewhat relax a little bit, right? And you can only relax when when you trust your system and you understand that based off of your back testing and your strategy that things can work out for you, and they will work out. And not having such a monkey mind and just bouncing back and forth, back and forth. Should I get in? Should I get out? Should I get in? Get out? Like, let the trade do what it's going to do for a little bit. Give it that 1 minute and then make your decision. Thinking in Bets, great book. Yeah. Market Wizards, very good book. Think and Grow Rich. That's one of my favorites. Power of Your Subconscious Mind. As a Man Thinketh by James Allen. Those are all good books. Trading books are all good, but mix in a psychology book. Okay. Because once you iron out your strategy, yeah, Market Wizards, that's a really good one for sure. But you need to focus on your mind too. Rivian's still pushing a little bit higher. It's 21,000 shares at $17. I mean, that's a bit of a stretch. I don't know if it'll get all the way there today, but what's the daily look like? 4-hour. I mean, I think this thing could actually go to 17 today. Another 60 cents. What's the 30-minute chart doing? I mean, it looks really good. I might even add to this thing. 1625. So now it's done break of high of the day. 1632 is the new high. My average is 1587. I've been in this thing for a minute. 1587. So I've got $1.50 out of this already. Nice. Trade Hub, do you enter with an auto stop loss and take profit or manually adjust it? I use the equalize risk hotkey. So as I get in on that, as I partial, my partial automatically moves my stop loss to break even. But it's an auto stop. So the equalize risk. So on DAS, you double click the right side to activate the cell or the montage, the screen, and then I hit Control 2, and I just get entered right there at that position. I get the amount of shares that my risk allows me, and then my stop loss is automatically put in, and then I just don't touch it. But I do take profits manually. Yeah. So on my montage, I have a 25% hotkey. I have a 10 and a 25. And so depending on the stock, if it's a lower price stock, obviously you get more shares based on the price. So, I mean, for a stock like Rivian, if you get 2,500 shares, I'll scalp a bit out of the gates. Like I'll go 10, 10, 10, 10. But if it's a higher priced, like a Tesla or an SNDK, I'll use 25%. That's how I do it personally. I found some success, but again, it can be a double-edged sword. But always Trade Hub use a hard stop. Yeah. $42,000. And congrats to, there was another $10,000 funded account winner. I think it was Mahmoud. He took a $12,000 account to over 23,000. So congratulations to you. There's two female traders, which is amazing. She's at 42,000. If you go to bearabletraders.com/funded, you can click on the funded account and you can see all the accounts on there. And this girl is at $42,500. That is unbelievable. Shout out to you, Alyssa. That is you. You're in the chat. Congratulations. You are a great trader. When's your last day? How far in are you? Well, whatever you're learning, it's working. So congratulations to you. You took over the #1 spot. I was there for about 2 months. You and Shayla. Good for you. Your last day's on the 20th? Yeah, Danya the legend. Alyssa, how long have you been a part of BBT? How long have you been trading for? Kazi, my max loss is $250. How about yourself? I honestly don't know what happened to her. That was she's the one who kind of got me in trouble with the funded account. That's exactly right. I do think she was a bot. I don't know how that all worked out, how it transpired, but she honestly just disappeared. So maybe someone on the back end found out that she was doing something. I'm not too sure, to be honest, but when I was in second place, I was chasing her, as you guys all know. And then one day she just disappeared. And I like that one day I lost like $16,000. It was in a funded account, so I knew I was kind of maxed out of the 10,000, but Tanya was Andrew. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Oh yeah, I got hammered. You can go to bearabletraders.com, click on it, and you can see everyone's trades. You can see everything. Yeah. I think I had 3 days left on it, and I was at like 35,000 and she was at 50 or something. And I mean, the max payout's $10,000, right? So I wasn't gonna lose that much. So I think I just like full board one trade and I got just hammered. Andrew never adds in parcels 100 times in one stock. Oh, Andrew adds. Andrew is a really good adder. He does partial lots, but he uses 10% parcel. But you guys need to remember the amount of sometimes he's going in and he's buying $1 million worth of trade or stock, right? So he's going to get a shitload of shares. Yeah, maybe. And that's something to think about as well for your trading as well, right? Like if you're taking a small amount of shares, you need to think about, am I going to take 25% partials or 10s or 50s, right? If you're taking 10% partial and you have 50 shares, like you're not going to bank that much money. Like you need to probably up your partial size. But Kyle, I wanted to send you my trade book. Still in the process as I'm only trading a few strategies. Of course, buddy. You bet. Fire it away. I'll give you feedback. I'll put my email in here again. But honestly, guys, like if you have any questions, just fire. Just send me a screenshot of your trades. If it's I mean, yeah, you can't do it. And it's easier in the BBT chat room because, I mean, that's the beauty of being inside the chat room, right? Like you can just screenshot your trade, you throw it in the chat, and then like the moderators will give you feedback, other traders will give you feedback. And that's really the beauty of being inside of the BBT chat room. YouTube's great. I mean, we have a great time in here, but unfortunately, I can't see your guys' trades. Kazi, of course. Small caps. No, yeah. We trade everything inside of BBT. So small caps are welcome, of course. Yeah. It's not about what you're trading. It's more of like the feedback and everything. That's the beauty of the chat room, is because, Andrew's trading live all the time. You get Brian, and then, it transitions into other traders. You get Gary, you get Paris, you get John, and So you get to see everyone's trading, everyone's entries, and that's really the beauty of being inside of the BBT. And then it's the chat room further to that. Like I love how we engage in chat here as well. Frank, see you later, buddy. See you tomorrow. But inside BBT, you can private message people. So if someone has a similar trading style to you, you just message them and say, "Hey, how did you like my entry? Why did you get in? Was it based on volume? Was it market atlas? What did you see?" Right? And I think BBT is $100 a month. You can do a trial for $30 a month, but it's definitely worth the investment. So I recommend it. No, Abby's not with BBT anymore. I like to trade NVVE paper trading, and I'm up $2,000. I've never even heard of NVVE. I mean, the low float stocks, honestly, and I'm speaking just from my experience with BBT, we don't really trade them. Like anything under $5, I don't see a lot of traders trading it. So just honestly, those low floats they're very dangerous, right? You really need to be careful of your share size. NVVE. Oh, quick look at it. I've got about a minute left here, but the low floats are really troubled, to be honest. They can get you in a lot of. I mean, this isn't too bad. As long as it has a catalyst, right? Like you want some news behind it. You want to know that it's going to move a little bit, right? But I mean, just looking at it, it's a nice 5-minute opening range. But the pre-market looks like garbage. Like look at the wicks on the candles. Where like I personally I would never touch this thing. So just be careful with those. Mind your share size. Make sure your risk management's tight, and just be careful. Oh, it's 10 o'clock. All right, you guys. Well, I'm headed back to Edmonton today, so I'll be back to my desk and I'll have my desk ready for tomorrow. You guys have an amazing rest of your day. Take care, keep it green, and we'll see you soon.